Good evening, everybody. Hope all is well. Welcome to another episode of Watts World, a show about everything and nothing all at the same time. Good evening, everybody. Miss Vicky, Cheryl, Bella Banana, Virginia Roots, Pat Evans. I'm your good to see you, sir. Happy St. Patrick's Day. And Garvey, good to see you. You right on time, man. Yes, Cheryl, you could be having something with your internet. I saw your comments earlier. I know sometimes I've been in some chats and they've disappeared, and sometimes I thought they've disappeared and gone back and they reappeared. So you know what I mean? I don't know. Sometimes it's the Houdini optics of the YouTubes. I don't know. Matt, real Matt, good to see you. Damn, we got the real Watt Life and the real Matt. I don't think YouTubes can handle this much real at one time. So what are y'all up to on this beautiful St. Patrick's Eve 2026? The human. Good to see you, the human. I hope all is well. Hope you're safe from all those blizzards and snowstorms up there. Yeah, we're having a little cold cell come through the area. It was a lot cooler today than it's been the last couple of days. After tomorrow, it seems like it's going to push on back out and it'll be business as usual. I think we'll be back up to the 70s and 80s by this weekend. Oh man, but yesterday, I guess Georgia in my area finally got a dose of those storms that's been coming through the rest of the country. Man, yesterday it rained and it poured down and the wind blew. I think it did everything but hail and tornado yesterday. Yeah, we didn't even go to work yesterday. It was just too bad out. I think all the schools in my county and I think the surrounding counties, I think they canceled school as well. Miss Phoenix, good to see you. I hope all is well. You know, just living life and loving life. And yeah, I was thinking, man, we ain't had a thunderstorm or a lightning storm in a while. But man, yeah, it thundered and lightened until about, I don't know, it was a little after lunchtime. It finally stopped. But yeah, it rained off and on for the most part of the day yesterday. Yeah, that can be true too. Yeah, sometimes one of your apps or applications may need to upload or download or upgrade. I know for the longest I just keep postponing all mine, but I think it's got to the point now it's learned all my tricks. It just kind of does it. It kind of does it on its own now. I don't even think it gives me that option no more. It just does it. Hey, hmm. Isn't it weird they call it an upgrade, but sometimes it seems like it's a downgrade? Like a lot of our upgrades really feel like downgrades. You know, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. It's like sometimes you can upgrade too many times to where it's just a downgrade. Oh yeah, yeah. I go on my phone sometimes Well, it hadn't happened in a while. Not since I've had this phone, but the phone I had right before this one, it would just randomly download apps on its own. I mean, it's just me. Nobody ever uses my phone. I live alone. I'd wake up, scroll through my apps looking for something, and boom, it's a whole nother app. Somehow Candy Crush has then got downloaded on there, or Blockbuster or something. I'm like, I never even thought about downloading this. You know what I mean? I don't know. Interesting stuff. It's truly fascinating. Oh yeah, now it's AI everything. I've only got one game on my phone that I downloaded myself, and I play it sometimes. But the other day I went to play it. I was on my lunch break or something. I had some time to waste, so I said, "Hell, let me play my game." So I clicked on the game, and it said you gotta update the game, and I said, well, "Damn, usually it does that by itself." So it went through the whole Play Store and everything, and then it said that they got this new feature. They want you to confirm that who you are and what you are and where you are. And I'm thinking, damn, at this point, after all my clicks, after all my scrolls, after all my photos, if you don't know who, what, where, when, and why by now, then I don't know what else I can give you. You know what I mean? At this point. So it gave me the option. Either I could do like what did it say? Facial retina, or just put in a code. So I said, the heck with that. You've already got everything. Let's just do the code option. I said, I thought that was kind of strange for the Play Store, but I mean, I knew stuff like that was coming. A lot of those protection plans and safeguards get put in place for, of course, your safety, or the safety of children when they get on and do certain things. And, I can respect that. Children should be safe in and on and around whatever they're doing. But they put up that smoke screen or whatever you want to call it, like it's just for the kids. But ultimately, it rolls out into everybody. Now everybody's got to do it. Now you got to authorize yourself, and all this and things like that. But it is interesting for sure. Let's see here. Let's just put that in the chat and see where things go. But yeah, I thought that was kind of strange. I said, "What the hell? If it goes any further than this, I'll just go ahead and delete the game." That's pretty much the only thing extra I've got downloaded on there. Oh yeah, kids. Yeah, I mean, to think of how smart we thought we were at that age, and to the fact of how smart we actually were, what we could get away with to a certain level. Yeah, now it's to a whole nother degree. You know what I mean? No doubt. It's like, I don't know. A coworker, he was showing me this video today, and he was like, "Man, look at this, man. Look what's happening." And I watched the video. I watched the whole thing before I said anything or before I reacted to it. But um, I don't know. It seemed kind of familiar. Maybe it was a video I watched at some point, but within about 6 seconds in, I could tell it wasn't real. It was AI, you know? And I was like, yeah, I don't know about that one. I think that's AI. He was like, I don't know. He was like, I don't know. That looks pretty real to me. And I was like, yeah, I know. Some of them can look pretty real, but you have to look into details, You have to look at the whole picture. The certain things that gets said in a certain, um, I don't really know. But I mean, I don't know. I can see stuff like that. I'm pretty sure a lot of other people can. I'm not the only one. But 10-4. What's for dinner tonight, Virginia? I know you cooked up something good. But I'm thinking, yeah, this dude's this dude's over like this dude's like 20 something years older than me. I guess not that really means anything across the board on a lot of different subjects as far as age, but I'm like, dang, dude, if he didn't know this was AI, mm-hmm. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Check, check. How's my audio? Yeah, I've been seeing those videos. Yeah. Some things I try not to dig too deep into. Some things I try to dig a little deeper, but yeah, definitely. Yeah, I definitely seen the alleged uh Netanyahu AI video. And even before, like I remember like a couple years ago, I mean, AI was in the conversation. I mean, it's been in the conversation for a long time. It's not like this is new. Maybe some of the new unveilings, maybe some of the new um, technologies that get presented, maybe they are new to the times. They're new to the public. I don't think it's nothing new, as in cutting edge, state of the art. But I don't know. It's interesting. But even before that hype, when they started coming out with the TVs and stuff, like the images on the TVs and stuff, some of them almost look like they're too real to be real. Yeah, I don't know anything either. I think the best thing that I've come to know is that I know nothing at all. You know, I have a curiosity. Of course, I've got a lot of questions. And then, like most things, we search for answers for certain questions, and it only leads to more questions. You know, oh man, that sounds good. Mm, that does sound good. You know what? Well, I had a hamburger. I had a hamburger for supper, so that's like a sandwich. It's got all the components of a sandwich. You know, it's a burger sandwich. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Does life imitate art, or does art imitate life? Which one is it? I guess sometimes it can be both. Like some things, sometimes more than one thing can be true at the same time. You know. Yeah, technically, those are all could be sandwiches. They have the components of a sandwich. That is true. Fancy Oak, good to see you. I hope all is well. Chicken stew, that sounds good. I ain't had that in a while. As cold as it got last night and tonight, some chicken stew would have definitely hit the spot. Yeah, well, I don't know. This show's definitely about all of the above. I guess my curiosity and interest it crosses different genres, different spectrums, different worlds, different dimensions. Nah, Cheryl, you shouldn't have to pay for an upgrade. Now I could see having to pay like for more data, like upgrading like a service plan, but you should never have to upgrade. You should never have to pay to upgrade or update an app. I wouldn't think. You know, there you go. Just covered all the bases. I appreciate that. But unfortunately, you have to upload an additional $2.99 for your social credit score to reflect good standings with your application. Yeah, that's like at one time I guess our ability to have like data in our hand was like limited to a certain degree. You know, you could write something down, you could take a picture, you know, you could shake it like a Polaroid, you know, whatever that was. You had a camcorder, you know, you had a physical copy of a tape or whatever that may be, a VHS, a home video, something. And then, you know, in my mind, I think we got to the Y2K, and then there was already certain shifts and certain things. You know, digital was already starting to go, CDs and stuff like that was already out, but the transition of being able to have and hold your own data and like information and storing is kind of shifted. You know, like now everything's like in the cloud. You know, you have to pay for like more storage and more this and more that, and at the end of the day, you don't even really have it physically. You know, if something was to happen to that cloud or that device, then it's just kind of like gone. You know, I know me personally, I've had several phones, several devices, and didn't always back things up or store things like it should have been, and couldn't tell you how much stuff like that I've lost. But yeah, now everything's digital. It's in the cloud. Oh, I can believe it. I can believe that I'm your yeah. Subscription services are on the rise. Yeah, I don't think I think you may see like declines in certain uh apps or certain streams of subscriptions, but I think ultimately, you know, some people leave the subscriptions for good. You know, they'll delete something like a Netflix and they won't go back. But then you'll have like a certain populace of people that they just can't walk away. If they delete it, they got to have another one. So you know, they just shift to another one, whatever it may be. You know, but yeah. Every channel's pretty much got a streaming service now. All the major channels, they've got their own independent little thing. Good evening to you. Freedom. Good to see you, Freedom. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm a firm believer in that of having like hard copies of like different literatures and stuff like that for sure. You know, uh, online and digital applications, they are convenient, but of course that convenience only exists when the system exists. You know, if it exists how we know it to exist. You know, it could expand, but it could always cease to exist, and then all that literature and everything is just gone. You know, and at that point, if you don't already know it, using it and applying it, or have a hard copy of it, then where is it? You know, where did it go? Oh, we get one more 33 Illuminati confirmed. Then you know it's a party. But yeah, definitely have hard copies of literature, whatever it may be. You know, gardening, um, um, different things for like health wise, different things, different scenarios, stuff like that. Whatever it may be. You know. And me, like on like gardening books, I will buy some good newer ones, but I like to get like if I can find old books, the older the better. You know what I mean? See what type of waves, what type of mind state, what they were doing then. You know what worked then. Um, you know, look up gardening practices like different people like during the Civil War, stuff like that. What were they doing? Depression era. You know how people had to rearrange and adjust things that they were doing during that time period, or even like World War II, the what was it, the Victory Gardens, you know, things like that. Where did all the Victory Gardens go? I think at a time like this, when some people would say that there's a lot of winning, if you're gonna be winning, then you ought to have a Victory Garden. I don't think you can really say you're winning if you don't have a garden. You know, being able to garden and being able to be self sufficient to some level. You know, everybody's not on the same level. That's understandable. Everybody's situation, location, occupation, it determines a lot of those things. You know, that's understandable. But if you can, definitely do it. The Old Ways. There you go. Yeah, if I seen a book like that titled The Old Ways, I'm definitely picking it up. I may or may not buy it, but I'm definitely it's piquing my interest. You know what I mean? You know, I didn't. Me personally, I didn't know my dad. My dad passed away when I was real young, so I really don't have that physical memory or a memory of an interaction per se. But a lot of people had told me, even my mom's told me, my dad when he was living, he had a huge garden. He grew nothing but abundance, you know. And my mom had plenty to cook on, put up, can do whatever she would. But shoot, they had so much. He would just tell people, hey, you know, neighbors, this, and that, whoever, hey, come pick you some, you know, come pick you some cucumbers, come pick you some green peppers, come pick you some whatever there, you know, whatever he was growing, corn. He always grew in abundance and extra just for that simple fact, you know. And I do understand like living out in the country or more rural or having your own land. You can do more what you want, but even like in a renter situation or maybe even like in an apartment, you know, there's certain ways, you know, you can grow little certain things, you know. You may can't grow 30 or 40 tomato plants, but maybe you can grow one or two, you know. You can't have a whole acre of herbs, but maybe you can have a few stacked little plants, you know. You can grow a little bit here and there, offset some type of way. 33 in chat. There you go. Yeah. Oh, I know. I know, Pat. Everybody's situation's different. You know, some people have that knowledge but just can't do it physically anymore, you know, or vice versa, you know. You may have a younger person that may have the knowledge and or may not have the knowledge but have the physical capabilities but just not have the the mental, physical or spiritual drive to even just think about doing something like that, you know? No, yeah. No, that's how everybody said my dad was, you know. If he didn't have a garden or something growing, it was something going on, you know. Something wasn't right. Yeah, whoever you can, yeah, grandkids, kids, whoever it may be, you know. Talk to them about it, show them, you know. Everybody learns at different levels, you know. I've always been like a combined learner. I was like audio, visual, and hands-on, you know. Shoot, put that fire under them, Pat. Tell them what's up. I know I'm way behind on a lot of my plantings and stuff for this season, but I'll catch up. That is one of the perks, in my opinion, about living where I live or living here on Georgia. The growing season's pretty wide. We've got over a 200 and something uh, day growing season. I like to start my tomatoes, peppers, and a few other things a little bit earlier, just so they can get that jump start on the excuse me, the summer heat. Or sometimes we don't even have a spring. It just jumps right to summer, you know? Meat Puppet, good to see you, sir. I hope all is well. Where you trucking at tonight? Where you hauling? Wayne, good to see you. Oh, it's a party now. Billy's here. Y'all better tighten up. Good to see you, Billy. I hope all is well. Yeah, I don't think we had no 60 or 70 mile per hour winds, but it was definitely windy and stormy yesterday. Man, yeah, it was everything but the kitchen sink yesterday. Yeah, it was cooler. It was definitely cooler today. I think we're supposed to get down to the mid 30s tonight, which is, I don't appreciate that, considering 2 days ago the low was 67. But comes with the territory here where I live till about the second week in April. Kind of goes up and down a little bit. But one thing about it, unless it's a freak act of nature or we get the snow apocalypse 3.3, there won't be any more ice or snow. Not for the old wildlife. Yeah, 20 degrees and it feels like 9. Oh man. Whew, that's too much. Art Wild Man Survival. Good to see you, Art. I hope all is well. Yeah, we had our snow apocalypse. I don't know, whenever that was. It's going on about a month now, I guess. Whenever the snow apocalypse was, it hit us, and after that, it was it. Usually here we have a once a year, once a day event. You know, if it gets anything more than that, then there's something going on. Something in the water. Yeah, yeah, it was cold this morning, man. I was like, this ain't right. But then, yeah, right back up into the 70s, 70s this weekend, which I'm hoping for nice weather Saturday because it's going to be the first day of the Saturday outdoor market season. They run from where do they run from? They'll start this Saturday and they'll have one every Saturday until the weekend before Thanksgiving, and then they close for the season. But yeah, unless it's raining or some horrible weather event, every Saturday. Yeah, the Easter snap. Hopefully, this is our Easter snap. So I think Easter's what in like 2 more weeks, 2 more Sundays. Not this coming Sunday, but the following Sunday. I believe that's Easter. Oh, me too. I mean, it's all type of vendors from uh, food, arts and crafts, people, uh, all type of vendors selling stuff they made, all type of food vendors, people that have like local ranches and local farms. They'll come and sell like some of their meats, vegetables, and stuff. And the market evolves. As the spring and summer goes on, people start having more different things. Different produce, different things like that. But I love it. I don't always hit every one of them, but I at least hit the first one. That first weekend, everybody's trying to show up and show out. Well, there you go. 3 weeks till Easter. It's hard to keep track of. They move it on us. They shift it on us. But yeah, this Saturday, that's where I'll be. And I like it because it's downtown. It's right on the Riverwalk. So I mean, you can't beat it. good shows, good views. There's always somebody set up playing live music, instruments, singing, whatnot. Hmm. Yeah, I love it. So I ain't checked the forecast for this Saturday, but I'll be there, no doubt. We had a they had a St. Patrick's Day parade here in Augusta downtown today, but it was at 2 o'clock. I was at work, so I didn't get to catch that one. But pretty sure there'll be some overflow this weekend. Man, yeah, this month's flying on by. Shoot, thought February was going by. Shoot, we're almost to Easter already. Sweet. Traveling to New Mexico. See the grandbabies. You be safe out there in your travels. Oh yeah, mushroom season, no doubt. Heck yeah, I hope you get you a good harvest. Do you ever dehydrate any of them and put them up? Pretty sure you do, Art. Especially if you have you a good harvest. My granddad used to know this guy, man. He was like, I don't know, he was the mushroom guru. I didn't understand or know much about it as a kid at that particular moment, but yeah, he knew all different type of stuff. He used to go out and do that type of thing. I don't know, he knew some people like up in North Georgia and like in the mountains in South Carolina. He used to always go up there. There you go, freeze some. Yeah, because I don't think it's but a limited window that you got to harvest, right? It's a pretty small window. Yeah, I know that was one of the things last year. Towards the last couple Saturdays of last year's markets, they had this couple that was set up selling different type of mushrooms and stuff like that, and I thought that was pretty cool. Uh, I've been going out there for years. There might have been somebody else that had done it at some point, but I can't remember right off. And they were real knowledgeable. What all the good ones were, all the ones to stay away from. Um, that was pretty cool. They had, of course, the edible ones there that they sold. And then they had some examples of ones, look similar or what not to. So I thought that was pretty cool. As you know, some people will tell you all the do's, but some of them won't tell you the don'ts. It's good to know both on something like that. Yeah, I need to get more knowledgeable on that particular subject, different mushrooms and stuff like that. I know kind of some of the basics about what can grow in and around my area, and it's pretty good actually. Living right on the Savannah River, um, there's a lot of different pockets and stuff like that. But I've done a lot of experimented with a lot of different gardening or different things in my short time. But mushrooms, I definitely need to get more knowledgeable. I've definitely got the space to experiment. I've thought to experiment with myself. I got enough hardwoods and stuff like that. I've got some myself, and it's easy to get it in my area now, especially after, unfortunately, after Helena came through. It's been almost 2 years since Hurricane Helena tore through, and it completely changed the canopy structure of the area. You know, I couldn't imagine in other areas, but yeah, yeah, I've seen that about the seeded logs. It's good you do that, Art. You definitely got the knowledge and the techniques on a lot of different things. It's very useful and vital information. You know, some things, some things under the sun never change, but unfortunately, some do. Some can change for the worst. Uh, I forget the particular verse, but I'm pretty sure there's a Bible verse that says, "My people will perish for lack of knowledge," or something like that, something to that effect. I forget the particular verse. Um, so keep the hate mail to the minimal. I can't remember everything right off the top of my head, but yeah, definitely. If it's just not, even if not knowledge of advanced self, just the basic knowledge, basic knowledge of what's around you, plants, whatever it may be, that type of knowledge. Oh yeah. If somebody could drop Art Wildman's link in chat, I appreciate that. Oh yeah, he's got tons of videos. He's hands on with everything he does. No doubt. Yeah, check his channel out. But yeah, I know things change region to region. Some things may grow in different regions, but just knowing the basic knowledge of what's in and around your area, you'd be surprised. Awesome. A wild foraging class this weekend. Are you teaching the class or are you going to the class? Pretty sure with your knowledge, you're probably teaching the class. Yeah, definitely. That's awesome. How many you got signed up for your class, or how many are you going to be speaking to? Zed, good to see you, my friend. I hope all is well in your travels. Jerry, good to see you, Jerry. I hope all is well. Yeah, I need to get back online and because they offer different classes and stuff like that in my area throughout the season, spring season, summer season. They have different things like that. I definitely need to check out. Some of them's free, some of them you have to pay for, but even the ones you have to pay for, I mean, it's not very much. You know what I mean? And the knowledge of learning something like that far, it goes way beyond whatever the fee may be. There you go. Shoot, I hope the whole city turns out. The more the better. The more the better. Yeah, that's awesome. That's what's. I appreciate you being here, Zed. Shoot, this time next month, the city will be hustling and bustling. The Masters will be here. It's amazing. It's amazing what my city and county can get done within 4 weeks before the Masters. It's phenomenal. You know, if they could operate at like 50% of that standard throughout the rest of the year, oh man, there wouldn't be no need for no balances because all the checks would cash on time. You know, but yeah, every year it's always the same thing. The month before Masters, the city's doing everything. They got everybody's cutting the grass, everybody's putting in the flowers. They're trying to fix all the holes. You know, Max Vision, good to see you, brother. I hope all is well. Yeah, it's fascinating to watch all the city employees and city workers, man. Everything they're able to get done. But shoot, it brings in that tournament. It brings in millions of people, millions of dollars. You know, for that 1 week for golf. Then the entity that owns the Masters, man, they bought up so much in and around the Masters. It's unreal. So many homes, so many different businesses. Man, they bought up. Shoot, they own about a quarter of Washington Road. Oh yeah, Jerry. It brings a ton of money to the city for sure. Uh, all the hotels, motels, they're booked up. You can't find no places for them. All the Airbnbs, then all the money that people spend once they get here, it's unreal. James, what's up, buddy? What's going on with you? I hope all is well. Yeah, I remember I worked up at the Masters for my 4 years in high school, and man, it was just unreal the amount of money and stuff that just moves around through that week. And then a buddy of mine, he does construction. He's got his own little thing. Uh, he does all type of stuff, but mainly the weeks before Masters, he's doing like handyman type stuff. Setting up different hospitality houses and stuff like that. And then he usually gets the job of like cleaning out a lot of these hospitality houses once the Masters is over, and it's unreal. I mean, the stuff that they just tell him to clean up, take it with him. Cases and cases of drinks, cases of liquor, all type of stuff. It's unreal. Oh yeah, yeah. That's a big market in the area. A lot of the people here locally, they'll rent out their home for the week because the Masters golf tournament always falls on the same week as the spring. They do the spring break for all the schools during Masters week. So the people, they'll rent their house out. If they got kids, they'll go on vacation for the week and come back. They done paid for a main service to come clean up their house, so they ain't got to worry about nothing once they come home. I mean, it ain't shoot. It's not nothing for some people to rent it out for tens of thousands of dollars. I don't know. I hadn't looked a whole lot into it. I don't know exactly if Tiger Woods is playing. I wouldn't expect him to right now, but who knows? He could show up. He's got property down here. He was down here a couple months back doing something for his scholarship or charity scholarship for kids that play golf. So who knows? Garrett, good to see you. Anybody else in chat I didn't see, can't see, might have missed, or you just might be lurking for whatever reason? I see you and I appreciate you for being here. Sherry, good evening. Oh man, Sherry's out chasing the bovine. Be careful, Sherry. Can't be out there putting them cows in the headlock whenever you want to now. You got to take it easy. Man. Well, hopefully you got your boots and your cowgirl hat on, you know what I mean? That way they know it means business. You got to have on the proper attire. Be charming. Always a pleasure to see you. Man, I hope you get the cows back in the pen, Sherry. Man. I remember when we was a kid, we had a bunch of different animals and stuff like that. We never had no cows. We never had cows, horses, but it seems like we had pretty much everything else like that. There was a few times the pigs, the hogs, or something would get out, and that was always fun trying to wrangle them jokers back up. It's always the bull, you know. The bull's always the scapegoat. There you go, catfish and crappie. Mm. Oh yes, it's about to be fish fry season. I love it. I need to go fishing this year. There's still some good little fishing holes for different things around here. Oh no, no, they always think it's greener on the other side, you know. They got to knock down the whole fence just to go see about it. Yeah. Shoot. A good fish fry, shoot. I'll sit there till I can't eat no more. Especially if you got all the fixings and the sides with it, you know. Oh man. It's a wrap at that point. Some hush puppies, some coleslaw, some baked beans. Oh man, you'd be ready to hurt somebody. Yeah, I don't know. I've ate my fair share of fast food in my short 37 years on this planet, but I hadn't eaten in a while. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I do eat out from time to time, but it's like your smaller, like mom and pop type restaurants, you know, not franchised. And even then, I know some of the things that they get and get sourced, you know, sometimes may not always be the best. Um, but you know, just gotta pick and choose your battles, what you can and can't eat. Oh no, that ain't right. That ain't right at all. You messed up strawberry cheesecake night. Oh man, no, I don't appreciate that at all. That's my favorite kind of cake. Mm, mm. Yeah, I don't appreciate that. You messing up cheesecake night. Dang. Blue Butterfly. I don't know if I spoke to you yet, but it's good to see you. Hope all is well. Definitely have to go back and check out your newest videos, Art. It's always a good one. It's always informative and educational, you know. There you go. He gets the hose and he gets the grain tomorrow. Mm. Garrett, I don't even believe that, man. You ain't coming to Atlanta. You let me know when you're going to be in Atlanta and I'll be there. I'll beat you there. How about that? You show up in Atlanta, I'm showing up. You just let me know when and where to be, and I'll have myself in position. Oh, don't you try me, Garrett. You know I'll show up. Atlanta ain't but a hop, skip, and a jump for me. Come on, Blue Butterfly. I don't know where you would be in the travels to Atlanta, but come on. Yeah, I know I got to take me a road trip soon myself. Once it gets warmed up fully and consistently, I got to get down to the beach and see what's up. I know that's right. Shoot, you be having steak. You having steak and hamburgers. Shoot, and cheesecake, 'cause you ain't got to worry about them getting out no more. You're gonna have the full meal complimentary of this joker. Yeah, yeah. But man, Atlanta, it's like any major city or any capital. It's just, I mean, it's expanded so much and so fast. I mean, it's still got its good spots. Different things like that. But yeah, I definitely get up there from time to time. I plan on getting up there a few times this year. Appreciate that, Virginia. Uh, it's awesome. That's first channel Virginia ever subbed to. She's not an easy subber, you know what I mean? You got to have some good stuff for her to sub to it, so that should tell you something right there. You know what I mean? But yeah, I forget who was asking about Art Wildman's link, but anybody check out his channel. He's a wealth of knowledge, survival, just the basic ins and outs of outdoors living. Um, yeah, definitely check it out. Definitely learn something for sure. Be charming. I think I spoke to you, but if not, it's good to see you as always. Shoot, I couldn't even tell you the first YouTube channel I've ever subbed to. Even in my vast wealth of useless information or even pertinent information, I don't even think I could recall that one. Uh oh, stand by everyone. We could be at DEF CON 3 already.
Right? It's on. Hey
Evening.
everyone.
It's good to hear you.
Good to see you, man. I may have to mute now and then. I've got mom life still going on pretty
Oh,
heavy,
it's
but
cool.
I'll
Life comes
you'll
first.
know. Yeah.
It's cool. I appreciate you being here.
Man, it's good to see you guys. I feel like this is a balanced, fun place to be. And it's not a frustrating, combative place to be, especially when we talk about sandwiches. Like,
No, no, I try to be for the most part. You know what I mean? anybody that kind of knows me for the least little bit, I'm not really like a combative person, you know. I save that time, energy, and effort for when it's necessary for the most part, you know.
Right?
I just like to kind of see where everybody's at, see what everybody's thinking about, you know. Of course, we're all seeing a different reality or different perspective, so it's nice to see where those areas overlap, you know. We can find the common ground, common interests.
Correct. I was saying yesterday at the end of Indies that in closing thoughts that we really need to watch what we consume because there's a fine line between a medicine and a poison, whether it's food like cheesecake and sandwiches and fried chicken, or it's internet, or it's media, or it's social
Anything.
media, anything. It can end up poisoning you. And, you know, so we need this kind of balance, and you do provide that. So I'm glad to be here.
I appreciate that, you know. I probably can be an asshole sometimes, but some of that's just natural. You know, it's not me trying to do something extra for a particular person. That just may be how I am. You know, I
Well, you
understand I'm
know,
not everybody's cup of tea, but you can at least acknowledge the cup. You know, you may not drink of the cup, but you can at least acknowledge the cup.
a little sip of tea never hurts, you
Never hurt
know.
nobody.
It did.
Sugar or no sugar, hot or cold. You know,
I just want to remind everyone that the skin on your lips is the same as the skin on your butthole. It's literally the proof that we are earthworms. So keep that in mind when you talk and when you fart, because you can spew out of your mouth and your ass. Same, same.
I thought about putting it on a T-shirt one time, but it's just too much. You know, it'd have to be a long sleeve turtleneck for all that to fit.
Turtleneck. That's funny as shit.
You had to roll the neck up. You know.
Yeah. Hey, Craig.
Oh.
Cheryl, I
Oh.
can see you, and I think everyone else can too. Um, I don't know what's going on with your business, girl,
Can't
but
even
we
mess with
can see
Cheryl
you.
and act like I don't see her. You know, I can't even put that on her.
I know, right? Because then she would know you saw her if you're like, I
Yeah,
didn't see you.
she knows
Yeah,
these things.
it's a trap.
Craig the Hunter, um, what's on your mind? What you got? What are you seeing in your world?
Well, I just prepared a sandwich. I live with three grown men and an 8-year-old boy. Uh, and
Probably with the
so
appetite of a grown man.
Oh, dude, it's rough. I've got to come up with something every day, something creative, delicious, and to be honest, I enjoy it. That's my love
Yeah.
language is food. So I just got out of the kitchen and I had this. It was about a probably 10-inch, but that's woman math. Um, uh, cheddar garlic loaf, kind of like a ciabatta. And so
I
I
like a good
slathered it
ciabatta.
with, oh, ciabatta is good. It's got those nooks and crannies, you know?
Mhm.
So I slathered it with mayo. I put on 4 slices of cheddar, 2 on each side, several slices of ham, 4 slices of bacon, some sauteed orange pepper and red onion, and then I
Mm.
shredded up some lettuce and I put a garlic parmesan sort of dressing on that
Oh
and
hell yeah!
slammed it all together.
Moisture
And
level just went up, y'all.
you know what I'm saying? Yes, you need moisture. Sandwiches
Yeah,
need moisture.
got
Everything
to.
needs moisture. Yes. Um, and so they're all chowing on that right now. The youngest is having the pasta. He loves noodles,
Me
no
too. I
matter
love a
what
good
it is.
pasta.
So yeah, I cannot yet get him to eat a burger or whatever. But anyway, that was
Yeah,
where my mind just came from, was that sandwich. And I
I
gotta
got
say,
you.
man, a good sandwich makes the
It's hard
world
to
go
come back from a good
round.
sandwich. You know what I mean? That's
For Rizzle.
it's not BLT and more. It's just BLT. You know, it ends there.
It's whatever you want it to be.
Yeah,
That's the joy of a sandwich. It's kind of the catch-all of whatever you like. Put it between bread and eat it.
there you go. It could be an air sandwich. You know, there's enough in the air these days to classify as an ingredient for your sandwich.
You ain't lying. Air
You know.
sandwiches are a thing.
You know, we did it as a kid because we were poor. Now people are doing it because there's just that much in the air. You know, just get you a spoonful of air and just dollop it on both sides.
A
You don't even
hundred
have to
percent.
toast it. It just self toasts. The acid rain in it just self toasts the bread.
My brother used to he would take a slice of bread and squish it in his hand so it made a ball and eat that. And it was like a bread ball. And it sounds so ghetto, but we were poor, and he loved it. Once you squish it all up and make like this, I don't know, about the size of a silver dollar ball, it's pretty good.
Yeah. One of my sisters did weird stuff like that. I'm thinking we got everything in there to make a sandwich, and she wants
Right.
to do stuff like that, or she would go get the ramen noodles and wouldn't even cook them, just like eat the noodles raw. And I'm thinking, oh, what's
Wow.
wrong with you?
I used to do
You may
that.
be the adopted one, you know?
She could be the outlier, but that's thinking outside the package because I would do that all the time. We would take ramen noodle packets and smash them up and pour the seasoning in there and eat it like chips.
Maybe it was good. I don't know. I just
It
never
was
tried
good.
it. Yeah,
It's
she would
for
do
those
that. I'm like,
who,
where did you even see this? How did you even know this was the thing? We didn't even have no internet or nothing. This wasn't a TikTok trend. She was just doing it.
right. It's the salt craving,
Could be, yeah.
all that sodium.
I said, yeah, you better not never say nothing about you're a picky eater now. Remember, you used to eat raw ramen noodles, you know?
That's a fact. That is a fact. I mean, it's not nasty, Jerry. It's not because, okay, so I lived on Hawaii and Guam for many years, all right? And especially on Guam, out there in the middle of the Indian Ocean, it's like fresh food as far as dried products. They come across on boats, they go a long way. So everything I had worms in it, had little grubs, had like the little worms in it that are really dry and small, right? Whether it was flour or pasta or macaroni and cheese or ramen
Yeah.
noodles, whatever, right? And so I got used to it where you would cook up some ramen, which I call saimin because I'm Japanese. So saimin, or white people call ramen. Um, and you get to the
Call
bottom
everything
of the
ramen.
bowl. Well, it's all these little worms at the bottom of the bowl. It's pretty gross. But when you eat it dry, you're eating the big chunks of it with the salt packet on it, and all the worms and the refuse in the dried goods was still left at the bottom.
It's like a little protein booster,
Yeah.
like Island
And
Trail Mix.
that's why I'm telling people don't be scared of the worms in your flour. It's visually disgusting, but it's more protein and it's not going to kill you. Look, I'm fine. Everybody knows I'm fine. I'm right. I'm totally right in the head, and it has nothing to do with eating dried worms.
Oh, yeah. I love a good pho.
Fuck.
Now things have totally flipped. Back then you didn't want to get them in there. Now they're coming added into the packs. Now you can get it. You get your own added pack of crickets. You can just pour right on top like it's a little French fried onion.
Yeah, like a seasoning.
Yeah, like a little seasoning. A little
Yeah.
garnish.
Well, there are some companies adding cricket to meat already. I have
Nice.
heard allegedly some of the sausages, some of the ground meats, if you look at the ingredients, I cannot think there's the scientific Latin name. Somebody in chat, like it messes up my internet if I go Google while I'm on here, but
Yeah.
there's like a name where you'll be able to tell that it's either a cricket or an insect. Yeah, Eimer, it's cricket flour. But there's like a Latin name they use for it. So unless you know, you don't know that
Yeah.
that's what it means. But they're starting to use it as an additive in some of the ground
I know what
meats.
you mean. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yes, beyond the level of them having to label something because the accidental exposure, knowing that there will be like a certain percentage that gets in there unintentionally, but to the fact where it gets to the point where it's intentional percentages, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, natural flavors, they do cover a lot up with that. Like we all know vanilla and raspberry is
Yeah. But
beaver
you're
butt
not
bone.
lying, it is a natural flavor and it just
Yeah.
may not be the one you want on your palate.
Which guy on the Pioneer Trail started sucking a beaver ass and was like, this tastes like vanilla? And
This
here we
tastes like
are.
vanilla.
Right.
This I think we've got one over here, Mordecai. This is the winner.
Yeah, who did that?
Come over here and see for yourself. Uh, you know? Yeah, I mean, everything that we do, there had to be a first, or there had to be a guy or woman that said,
Yeah,
this could be.
facts. Somebody broke the ice.
Yeah, you know?
That's when you get real hungry, And if you think about it on a practical mindset, okay, let's say they were really hungry and they were eating various parts of different animals. And over time, we're like, this tastes kind of fruity, and then went with it.
Yeah, you know? Man,
Jerry, there's human meat in everything.
yeah,
And
whatever that percentage is.
there is an allowed percentage by the FDA for human DNA in any meat, fast food meat, processed meat, your peanut butter, whatever, because when they go and inspect this shit, there's because there are humans working there, there's going to be a percentage of human DNA that just falls
Mhm.
off your skin, right? So there is a number for that. And
I
there
mean,
are
heck, if
some
you're even a drop of sweat, I mean, technically that's DNA, I mean, whatever. That's like on the low end.
correct. Yes. I
Yeah.
mean, when somebody loses a finger in one of the slicers, they don't have time to go look. They don't have time to clean out every grinder. That's millions of dollars if you're a McDonald's processing plant. They're mixing the soy with the human fingers. They don't have time. Oh, I think Hip Gal got it. Akita domesticus.
What does that mean? What does that translate to?
I think that's the cricket dust.
Oh, that makes sense. The domesticus, yeah. Like
Mhm.
domesticated cricket? Or that doesn't, no, that means something different. Domesticus.
Akita would be the root somewhere as far as it being some kind of insect or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's in there.
I could
Look
see
for it.
that. Yeah, I could see that. Who said something about chocolate? Shoot, chocolate ain't even chocolate no more in some parts.
It's not.
I was
I
looking up
just saw we might have seen the same article about the
what you see.
replacement.
Probably did, yeah.
Yeah, they replaced it with what was it? Some kind of synthetic oils or something.
Yeah, they were replacing like the uh what is it, the cocoa, what is it, the butters from that bean, they were replacing that with like allegedly different type of other seed oils and stuff.
Hmm.
And I think one of the bigger companies allegedly that's been slowly doing it for over some time now was Cadbury.
Hmm.
Um, they were one of the bigger companies that slowly started introducing it and cutting back over time. And I mean, it makes sense. Whether they say stuff like that or they don't, I mean, it kind of makes sense because I mean, we all notice. Of course, we taste things differently.
Yeah,
Without all the additives, you may like something that I don't, and vice versa. But I mean, I do hear people say that certain things don't taste the same. The quality is different, and I can see that to be true because there's a lot of things that I've consumed or tried to taste again, and I just like, nope. I see why I left it alone. Now it just tastes absolutely horrible.
right. They taste synthetic. And Pat Evans has brought this up a few times about the aftertaste of certain foods.
Yeah,
I've noticed this in candies for a little bit now, a couple of years maybe, that, back in the day, chocolate had it's almost kind of like dirt. Like chocolate has that cocoa powder and whatever.
yeah,
It's natural,
that
right?
earthiness.
The earthiness. Yeah, that's better than dirt. Yes. And now nowadays you eat one of those chocolates, like a new one. I don't care what name brand. It can be a Snickers, it can be a Rolo, it doesn't matter. And there's a weird, it's like eating petroleum.
Yeah, it's like there's a weird like coating. Like after you ate it, it's like I don't know. The last time it was like that. The last time I had what was it, like a Reese cup or I don't know, a Hershey bar. Well, I ate some a long time ago, and it had that feeling. I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
it's
It's
bad
kind
when
of
it
like,
don't taste as good and it tastes horrible, and then it just like lingers.
yes, waxy is a good word.
Yeah, like I just ate a chocolate candle.
Yes. Well, technically it's edible because uh if you know, you know, that's how Crisco started, you know, like shortening, Crisco shortening. It used to be an industrial product, and I can't remember, okay, I can't remember the whole line of how this went down, but the product Crisco used to be used as an industrial lubricant of some sort,
Yeah, of some
and then
sort. Yeah.
it was eventually something cheaper and better was found. So they're like, well, what do we do with all this lubricant? And they realized it was edible, like it wouldn't kill you, and they started selling it as Crisco. And there's like a history jump here,
Yeah.
somewhere of something taken over and something else getting screwed over, you know. But rather than go out of business, they sold it to us as food.
Yep. And then it's interesting how like the oil, what is it, Crisco or whatever the name, how it's similar to the name Christ or Christos, if you're familiar with that terminology,
Huh.
and the 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 what's the word I'm looking for?
Etymology.
Yeah, the etymology or the symbology of the anointing of the head with the oils. You know how in different religions or in Christianity it speaks of anointing the head with oils.
Uh-huh. Okay.
I always thought how that was an interesting connection with the Christo. I don't know. You know, maybe
Right.
I'm just reading a little bit too into it or something, but I always thought that was interesting. And then how it was, yeah, the stories that I read too about how it wasn't really an edible product, and they switched it over, kind of like, look at here, look what we made you do.
Yes. Yep.
You know, anointing yourself with the wrong oils or um, the wrong consumptions. You know, like you mentioned earlier when you first came on, consuming things. You know, some things are good in small doses, you know, moderation or whatever. But if you have too much of anything, you know, we've all heard that saying, too much of anything can be bad. You know, you eat
Yep.
too much chocolate, whether it's good chocolate or bad chocolate, you're going to feel like crap.
Or cheesecake.
Even
You eat a
cheesecake,
whole
I'll be the first
cheesecake.
to admit it. You know, if I eat
Yep.
a whole cheesecake, I feel like a slob and a freaking schmuck. You know, it was good while it
That's like
lasted, but yeah,
3 pounds of cream cheese in one that's not
yeah,
good. Yeah.
y'all probably wouldn't hear from me for about a week. You know, it was just, you
Right.
know, too
Because
much.
you'd be on the toilet trying to crap and it just wouldn't happen.
No, that's too much coagulation. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's
for
just,
sure.
yeah. NASA couldn't even figure that out.
NASA. That's funny. I don't know if you meant that or not, but the middle of NASA is ass.
There you
Uh,
go. Some things just happen. Some things just work themselves out like that. That's like I don't know if they ever fixed it, but at one time you could allegedly you could type flat Earth backwards in the search engines and it would take you there.
oh, no shit.
Yeah, if you type
What
flat,
was the other one? There were a few you could type backwards, and it would take you somewhere else. So flat Earth backwards used to take you to NASA, is what you're saying.
mhm. It may
Okay,
they may still do it. I don't know. I know
interesting.
I tried it again last year and it did, but who knows? They're always doing something.
Hmm. Is it Illuminati or Antifa or something that you type? It might be Illuminati. You type backwards and it takes you to the NSA or some shit. I don't know.
That wouldn't surprise me at all. You
There's
know,
something in that family.
I would be less surprised if it didn't take you somewhere. You know,
Right.
damn, they missed the opportunity on that word.
Yeah, Jerry, NASA is full of shit, 100%. Nazis.
It's for our own protection, Virginia. We don't know what's out there in space. Somebody's got to protect us from us. You know, we ain't got lightsabers. We ain't got international, intergalactic federation tacticians. You know,
Thank God for Space Force.
thank
What
God
we
for
do
Space
have.
Force.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, what are we going to do against the horde of lizard people?
Right. All right. On a serious tip, okay?
All right.
So I love this hole. I love any black hole. But, like questions that we can't answer, those are the ones I'm going to ask. And it seems more and more, maybe these entities have always been here, whatever they are, whether it's angels, demons, aliens, whatever your mind goes to. that
Yeah.
they've always been here, and they are either underground, in the water, under or in the waters, um, something like that. The thing that trips me up is people thinking they're going to save us, because the existence of them, more and more, it kind of seems like it's a energy that has always been, and even if it's underground, it'll crack its way through eventually, maybe through ley lines or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's the ultimate joke to be like, oh, well, Admiral Byrd was right. There is totally something in the cave in Antarctica. But what if he was actually right? And there are beings, some people think they are benevolent watchers that are going to save our asses, like NASA.
Yeah.
And some believe they are demons in Sheol, right? What do you think? For real, for real.
All right, for real, for real. I don't know. I like things like that. I mean, of course, it's one of those things I can't directly prove or disprove either way. I love the interest or the curiosity of it. I mean, obviously, it's something that's stuck around all these years. Whenever Byrd first made those travels or made those statements, I mean, he definitely seemed like a person. He really didn't have, I didn't see him doing that just to fake it. But I mean, who knows? But if it
Mm-hmm.
was, I'm not going to say it wouldn't surprise me. It would surprise me to a certain degree. Maybe like, okay, why has it taken this long? Or, if it would come to an event like a mass event, where they would just present themselves or say, hey, we're here, we've been here this whole time, you know, whatever that may be. Uh, I'm not. I'm pretty open minded when it comes to stuff like that. I don't think it's going to be like Little Green Men. If anything, it's going to be more what we would think to be like angels and demons, more of like a spiritual thing or a different dimensional thing.
Yeah.
It could be. I mean, two things could be true. Like they say, something from out of this world. It can be out of this world, but not in the world that they may portray. Not like an earthly world, or from an interdimensional world, inner space. It could be a different dimension. A different world, a different dimension. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I believe there's things happening all around us all the time that we can't really see. Some people can, some people can't. Um,
Right. Some
constantly.
people can see it and some people can't. Right, right.
hmm
Mm.
And I don't really know what the cues or things would be to trigger someone to see something like that. I don't know. Or like people say, have like the innocence of a child. I don't know. This, some children they have a lot of things or see different things, or some children had like imaginary friends to that
Mm-hmm.
level. Was it imagination, or did they really see something that some other people couldn't see? They weren't on that wavelength or on that, you know, that vibration, whatever it may be. I believe these things didn't just get here. If they are here, they've definitely been around for a very long time.
It's funny, right when you said children, my son walked in and he was kind of shaken with a vibration and he whispers in my ear, "Can I have some pie?" Because I bought a pumpkin pie today.
Perfect. It's perfect. I love it. It's organic. I love it. Everybody loves pie.
But no, I agree. Okay, so I think frequencies run things in a sense, like resonance and energies. And so
Everything. It runs
some
everything,
people can
in
tap
my
into those.
opinion.
Yes. Like, so there's an idea that all of time is happening at the same time. And I was watching a Y-Files episode the other day where, okay, so this multiverse theory, right? It was
Yeah.
compared to a loaf of bread. All right, so the loaf of bread was sliced up, and one of the heels was the beginning of the universe, and the other heel was the end of the universe. And in between was every time period. Okay, but every slice of that loaf of bread existed at the same time because it's one loaf. Are you following me?
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm following you. Definitely. Yeah.
So maybe some people can see between the slices, and it's, I guess the question is whether or not we can manipulate the slices, because I think that's what CERN is trying to do, um,
Yeah,
or
what was it? The Higgs
manipulate a door.
boson particle, the God particle.
Yes,
I'm
I
pretty
think
sure I
that
pronounced that wrong.
the Higgs boson. Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
And I think the Higgs boson, in a way, would be like the barrier between slices. And
It
they're
would
trying to
be
figure out a way to
like
jump
a Big Bang
from
in a
one slice
sense.
to the other. Yes.
As you know, I mean, I know you know as a woman, like I forget, there's a name for it, and I've seen a study on it, and I can't remember exactly what it's called. But when the sperm enters the egg, or whatever happens at that moment of conception, there is a spark. There is
Yes.
like a burst of energy. You know, something happens. Medical really can't explain it. Science really can't explain it. But a lot of different ones can acknowledge that there is a big energy or burst or something happening right there at that point of conception or creation. So in my
Yes.
mind, in my small mind, it would think that that is the smallest possible thing that we can even fathom or create or do in the whole mass of this universe, whether it be the Big Bang or just anything, you know?
Okay, being that you're an electrician and you work with energy, right? So the spark you're talking about, I know what you're talking about. I can't think of the name of it, and it's measurable. There's like a
Yeah, so they
spark,
have a name for it, but I forget what they call it.
correct? And
And it
I
is
mean,
measurable.
okay, so do we agree that energy is not created nor destroyed? It's only redirected,
Redirected, reshifted, repackaged, repurposed, yeah.
right? So if that's the spark of life, would it not stand to reason, based on what we just said, that the energy in that spark existed before the spark?
It did. You know, the the mother and the father had to have intercourse at some level. You know, that's not really the end all be all, but to get to that level, we had to, you know, our mothers and fathers had to consume things. They had to eat, they had to drink, they had to go out and function. Energy was spent getting up to that point, you know, living, you know, to even make it to that part of conception. You know, no matter what level it's done, whether it's through marriage, without marriage, one night stand, or whatever, it all energy was spent, gathered, and harnessed to lead up to that point. Whether it was
Mhm.
ultimately, I guess it was meant to be, but whether it was to be is the
Right,
question.
right. Of course, yeah, because not every spark makes it. It was harnessed and directed. By the way, Lady Kara, Alpha and Omega, that's an interesting point.
Lady
Um,
Kara, good to see you. I don't know if I'm familiar with that name, but I appreciate you being here.
well, I guess where I'm leading to with this train of thought is, would that not be an argument for pre-existence, meaning that our soul existed before the zinc spark?
Yeah, maybe a piece of the consciousness,
Right.
you
Or
know, I
something.
mean, something, yeah. You know,
Hmm.
maybe it's just, I don't know, a piece of the divine spark, the essence, which is God, the creator, something, yeah.
Hey, Eric.
I don't think it was just by random or by chance, anything like that,
Right. I mean, so B is saying can't start a fire without a spark, but okay, if we think about it as potential fire, um, the potential, okay, because again, the second law of thermodynamics, you can't create or destroy an energy. Therefore, the potential of it was always there, and it was specifically directed to that spot in that time. And even if it fizzles out and it never becomes a born human, because we know there are miscarriages, there are things that
the
happen,
energy was still put forth.
but the energy would still put forth and continue, right?
It does,
Um,
whether regardless or not, whatever it may be. I mean, it could be something as simple as a memory, the
right.
memory of someone, whatever energy it takes for us to even to hold that memory or to harness that memory or to even whatever it may be. That takes energy. That transcends something more than
right?
what we could just see or feel or touch.
Well, that's why Craig is singing right now. We didn't start the fire. It was always
Yeah,
burning.
it
The
was
world.
always burning, and the time is going.
Yeah,
Tokyo, East Japan, China's on the run again. Oh no, we hit Iran. Now it's gonna go again. Yeah, that
right?
song.
And I ran so
Iran.
far away.
Yeah, they were trying to tell us something. The wild hair and the eyeshadow. It was just a distraction.
Mhm.
Prince said, "Hey, we're gonna party like it's 1999." What was he talking about?
Oh, I know what he was talking
Yeah,
about.
that's a
I
whole
was
nother
in
loop.
the
But
club
yeah,
on stage right at the
but that
19.
energy, or just because you don't pay your power bill and your power gets cut off, the power don't stop flowing to that street. It just means that you don't have access to it.
You're damn straight. That is a great analogy, dude. That's a great analogy.
it,
You
it
don't
could carry over to whatever. Just because it stops for you doesn't mean it stops everywhere or whatever it is. Just because did we say, all right, I'm never looking at any news or politics tomorrow. Okay, we've cut it off from ourselves, but ultimately other people are consuming it. you know like you said, the consumption levels, other people are still consuming and it's still going around.
Yep.
Everybody can cut the faucet off, but is everybody going to do without water? What I mean? It's different
If
levels.
you
For
don't
us to
need
even
it,
be here
no one
now,
else.
we're consuming something to even be here to talk like this now.
Energy. Food is energy, right? It's energy or
Yeah.
poison. Food
And
for
I
thought.
don't know. Food's definitely energy, but in my opinion, the way that we consume and eat food nowadays, I think it's been perverted just like anything else, far beyond anything that they can add to it. Just the level of consumption that they make us think that we need, that we always got to have food. If you feel hungry, that means you got to eat. You know, if you ask somebody when's the last time they fasted, they probably have to think about it and probably couldn't tell you. But ultimately, if you sleep at night, you're fasting. When you go
Right.
to sleep, you're fasting. Your body's taking all that time and energy that it would have put into something else, and it's using it to rebuild certain parts of your body, certain things allegedly. That's why we call it. Whenever you wake up, no matter the first meal you have, that is your break fast. You're breaking your fast.
Right. Correct. And then you go to the work week, which makes you weak. And then you go to
Make
the
for a
weekend,
weekend.
during which you're weakened. And
Hmm.
the cycle
Your
continues again.
energy's weakened. Yeah, it all
Yeah,
loops together at some point in some connection.
100%.
Words, our voice. It's like one of the most powerful things we have, just to speak or speech or put words out into existence. I don't think we could ever be God-like, even though God created us in our own image. But even in the Bible, I forget exactly how it said, but in the beginning there was God. What was it? In the beginning there was God, and the Word was God. And then it went on. He spoke the heavens, not just. I don't think it says one heaven. I think it said He spoke the heavens and the earth into existence. you know,
Uh-huh.
and
The
everything that went into
breath,
being.
the breath of God. It
Just
was
the
a
breath.
smell in a sense. Yeah.
And of course, we can't beat it at caliper. I don't think we are. But, you know, to think how powerful even our words can be just on our small human like level. That's why I miss
Uh,
the 1900s, man. I miss it.
you, you only got a sliver. I got about 25%. But yeah,
Hey,
the 1900s were awesome.
yeah. Shit, I got 10% for the big guy.
Hey, James.
Yeah, I think a lot of
Um,
this stuff is just like energy based.
why do you think the CIA studies it? If you look at what's been called ridiculous and how can you guys believe in that? Whether, anything occult, which just means hidden. The word
Oh,
occult
just another conspiracy theorist. Look at him
is
go over
it's a
there.
conspiracy, right? But then
Yeah.
why do our government entities and the powers that try to control us, why do they believe in it if it's not real? Why has every leader been influenced by these outer realms these spiritual realms, these energetic frequencies. Look at what the CIA has studied with frequency and the human soul and how our energy works.
Exactly.
Why would they do that if they didn't
If
think it
it's
was
such
real?
nonsense and it's so obsolete and the average American doesn't need to even worry with it, why is so much time, energy, and effort and taxpayer money spent to research it
Yep, and understand it and how
and
to
understand it
manipulate
and
it.
figure it out? Yeah.
Hmm. Once you get
Oh,
it, you can manipulate it, you can direct it, right?
I've thought all these questions at some point, you know? You know,
Lady Kara, I heard 2012 wasn't the end, it was the end of the line for how things would play out, and that outcome has already been foretold. So
could be.
that's an interesting point. Yes,
It could be the end of an era or the end of a time, but it doesn't mean it's the end of time.
right. Well, we had both the Mayan prophecy and CERN firing up 12/21/12. And there's an argument, like the last sentence there, that the outcome has already been foretold. Kind of like the loaf of bread I was talking about, the beginning,
Yeah.
the each heel is already there. Everything in the middle is already there. Now,
No
I
matter how you eat it or cut through it, the end's still going to be there.
correct. And I'm not sure I can pick up on time travel being totally real unless it's always been, which means it is now. Does that make sense? If
Well,
time travel is real, it's already real, and we are experiencing what time travelers have um, tried to figure out, manipulate. And that does, in a sense, come down to AI and quantum computing, because there's a good argument that AI was here way before, like thousands of years ago. It's an energy, it's an ether. The ether was taken off of the periodic table about 100 or so years ago, right? That we tap into, the Akashic record. So if that's
yeah,
all there already, that means it's always been there. It's not new. AI is not new. Time travel is not new. Tapping into another slice on that loaf of bread is not new. It's the lens through which you see it.
I think it may be, I think it could be both, you know.
Hmm.
Um, you could cut through an uncut loaf of bread with a dull butter knife and you may have success, but it's not going to be that good. But a fully sharpened knife, it'll go through it no problem. I don't know
Right.
if that's really the point I was looking for, but good and evil, they've always existed, you know, ultimately like that. But I think different factions could have a way of evolving their evil, new tactics, you know. The energy's there. Maybe they just don't have a certain thing, you know, as we see time is telling us that we went from sticks to you know hand cannons, you know, the evolution of that, if that's it is how it was, you know,
Right.
maybe they could find a new way to try to cut through that loaf of bread in a nefarious way. You know, ultimately the end of the bread is going to be the same, but they want to do as much damage as they can to that loaf.
Absolutely. Right. Rotting it in the middle.
Yeah, you know, rotten to the core, as they say, whatever it may be. It don't have to be a
Hmm.
apple. Yeah, it could be whatever.
Right. The apple is an allegory. It wasn't a literal apple in the Garden of Eden. It's an allegory for quite a few things.
Yeah,
But Jerry says to mess with us. I think it comes down to control. I think that um, whoever holds the knife to that loaf of bread can slice each slice as thick or as thin as they want to.
mhm,
And it
yeah,
comes down to controlling our perception of your serving, right?
that's it. Some like their people like their sandwiches cut in squares. Some like triangles. You know,
Do you want the crust cut off?
I
The
love the
crust.
crust. It's part of the bread. You know,
The crust has all the nutrients.
yeah. I mean, shoot, that's part of the sandwich. You know,
Yeah,
it's like the
all
edge container. If you didn't have that, it would just flop everywhere. You know.
the minerals, they're all on the crust. It's the Maillard effect. The browning is what makes it taste good.
Yeah, I know some people. I've encountered people like that. You know. I'm
Hmm.
like, dang, all they must eat is sandwich bread. Imagine having to cut the crust off of every bread. You know, how you cutting that off? How you cutting the crust off a hoagie? I want to see you do that. You know, go
Dude,
ahead, do it.
do you remember back in the day at Subway, they would cut the center of the bread out? It wasn't cut in half. They would take their little green serrated knife around the upper top and just make a canoe out of the very top. And then they'd fill it with meat and put the canoe top back on.
Oh man,
It was good.
I missed that interaction.
Oh, you're missing out. That's OG Subway right there. Back before the Subway bread was made out of yoga mats, they used to make their bread,
Nice.
cut the top out.
Yeah, those yoga mats are hard to digest. It sticks with you. You know.
Dude, I swear to God, Google it because Google is so trustworthy. The one of the ingredients they found in some of the fast food breads and the processed breads is the same chemical used to stabilize yoga mats. I'm not shitting
Well, I can believe it because
you.
I
Hmm.
hadn't had the Subway in a while, but I can't remember the last time I had it. But when I did, I thought in my mind, I'm like, this just tastes like rubbery. You know, like when you bake a loaf of bread at home, you know, it's got a little bit of give back to it, but this was just like unnatural. You know what I mean? Like it shouldn't be
Yep.
this bouncy.
It doesn't
Especially
taste
not after you bite it. And it's
right.
like it feels like you're biting into a shoe insert. You know?
And why does it smell like puke whenever you walk into a Subway? It smells like puke. If you've
Well,
never noticed that before, you're welcome. Next time you walk into a Subway, it smells like
I
vomit.
probably never walk into a Subway again unless it's attached to a gas station and I got to use their bathroom.
Right. I have not consumed Subway for years either, but there is one in my local Walmart,
Yeah.
and so I'm forced to smell it, and it doesn't smell good. It doesn't make me want to roll back and buy more. And what are they, big smiley face? Not happening.
Yeah, they need to bring the smiley face back. I don't think it'll help them at this point, but at least it'll make for a more decent atmosphere. I
Agreed.
remember the probably the funniest time I ever can remember at a Subway. And if I was anytime I'm around my mom, if I bring this up, she'll just start dying laughing. But it was one of them things you kind of had to be there, really. But we went to the Subway, and there was like a couple people in front of us, and then it got up to this guy in front of us, and man, he was an older guy. You know what I mean? Shit, he had a belt on and suspenders. So you know what I mean? He had the double support. He was coming to
Yeah.
get the sandwich with the double support. And he starts looking at. They asked him what type of breads he want. He starts looking at them and looking over there. And he said, "Y'all got all the breads right here?" And he said, "Yeah, we got all those breads." And he said, "Huh." He thought about it some more, and he said, he pointed at it. He said, "I want two of them right there." He said, "I want some of that Japanese bread."
Dude,
And even I got quiet. I remember what I was doing. You know, I'm like, "Damn, it's Japanese bread."
what does that
So,
even mean?
so the person leans over the counter and they're looking at the sign. He said, "The Japanese bread. Which one you talking about?" And he pointed at it. He said, "Oh, the jalapeno bread. You want the jalapeno? You want the jalapeno baked bread?" He said, "Yeah, yeah, I want that one. I want two of them right there." And it was, I mean, it's funny, but just to be there in the moment, oh, it was so funny. Busted out laughing. I couldn't help it. I'm like, man, ain't no way they selling Japanese bread. This must be something new.
Um,
Oh
on
man,
I agree. Everything in any fast food comes pre-made and pre-measured. They have pre-set dispensers like at Taco Bell for sour cream or sauces. You know what they squirt that out of? It looks like a caulk gun, not a cock gun. Get your mind out of the gutter. A
yeah,
caulk gun. And it does a specific squirt.
similar but different operation.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
very similar. It looks exactly like a caulk gun. I swear to God, like this the plunger on the back, but
yeah, it's an industrial food an industrial
it
food
is.
called yeah,
Yes, and the meat
man.
skewers are specific
Oh
size
yeah, they're just slinging sauces everywhere. This is
fat.
ridiculous, man.
Oh, they love their sauce. That because everything on the menu is the same. You just got to switch the sauce, and
That's
it's
it.
spicy, it's chipotle.
The sauce and a different toast ratio.
Yep.
You go from crunchy to soft, and every medium in between. Yeah, I don't know.
Well,
Try
I
not to
will
even look at them. I ride past and look my head the other way.
say, you don't look, never look. You
No,
know?
I shame them. I shame them. I look the other way. I hate when I ride by and there's like two a McDonald's and a Taco Bell. Dude. I just catch a whiplash. I'm just looking down. Like, damn, I need to make better life choices. Why am I even going down this road?
Facts, dude. I will give Subway credit for the fact you can see them putting it together and point at
Yeah,
stuff.
I'll give
You
them that.
know, I'll give them that because
Yeah,
you do see it. You know they're not picking their nose before the lettuce. But yeah, overall, just don't look. Don't take a peek.
I don't know. The last one that I had like that was at a Blimpie. I don't know if y'all have Blimpies. If anybody knows what a Blimpie is, it's kind of
Yeah,
like we have them here in my area. It's like a Subway, but it's Blimpie. Um, Pretty much the same setup. You build your sub, different breads, different things. But yeah, I don't even know the point I was fixing to make with that. Oh, one time
where
I was detailing cars and different like SUVs and motorcycles for this company, and right next door to the lot that I worked on was a Circle K, and this one guy he would bring everything he owned up there every 2 weeks. He'd bring his cars up there, he'd bring his truck up there, and he'd just sit up there and uh, he'd have lottery tickets or talking on the phone to people. But most of it, if it wasn't real busy, he'd say, "You want a sandwich?" And I go over there and he'd give me like 4 or 5 different coupons and tell me all the possible different scenarios of how it could play if they had his sandwich or which one he wanted. And he said, "Get whatever you want." And I was like, "Oh, all right." So he always used to pay for me to go over there and get a Blimpie sub. He said, "Get whatever you want, sandwich, drinks, the Blimpie. But when you get my sub now, figure out the right coupon combination." Oh, it was a hell of a thing. You know, some days I just would throw the coupon away, and if it was a difference, I just would give a little bit, just because he felt like he won something with the coupon war that day. You know,
right.
he had to have that win.
It's money. Coupons are
Yeah,
money. Hmm.
and he always tipped good anyway. But he was a cool dude. Every time
Right.
he pulled up, if it wasn't busy, he'd send me over there after we was done and get it for me to get them both a sandwich.
Man, Bonnie says when I first started working at Dairy Queen, we cut up everything fresh. Then they started sending frozen vegetables. Like I worked at Pizza Hut in the 90s and they used to
Publix
make
does
their
make a
own
good
dough.
sub beef.
Well, back in the day, a lot of places would cut their own vegetables or make their own dough or breads, or like it was actually, I mean, you would still get things sent to you in bulk, but you prepared it on some level there
Yeah, a lot
at
more in
the
house.
place. Yeah, in-house.
Yeah,
And now you just thaw it out. Like everything comes frozen, you thaw it. That's it.
yeah, yeah.
I don't know if anyone here can remember back in the day when Arby's used to actually have the meat on a stick that they would cut off of a rotating, what do they call it?
Yeah, I like those
Uh,
things.
like a shawarma type of thing where they
Yeah,
cut the meat off of the thing.
place where I go get my tacos from, they do that. That's why I love them.
Yeah, the Arby's used to do that. You could see it. You could see them cutting
Oh,
the
that was
roast
definitely
off.
before I tried the Arby's.
A spit Eimer, yeah. Now it comes in like a loaf, like a weird loaf thing.
And they slice it. Do they
They
still slice it at Arby's or no?
no, no,
I ain't even
absolutely
slicing no
not.
more.
All gone.
We had Arby's sometimes every blue moon as a kid. Sometimes my mom or something back in the coupon days, or back when they had the real 5 for $5, and it was like a huge sandwich. Whether it was good or not by then, I don't know. But I mean, it was decent. We didn't never get Arby's much, but uh, my mom was like probably like a lot of other people's moms. She would always say we had so and so at the house. I'm thinking in my mind, all right, when we get there, you show me where is this at? Because I'd never seen it. I'm not eating. Who's eating it? Somebody's been holding out. Oh, the liquid meat. Who wants to eat liquid meat? Nah, I could see maybe bone broth. but that's about it, you know? Ugh. Man, that'll give you the meat sweats, the bad meat sweats, not even the good kind. Ugh. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't want none of them. The last fast food type establishment that I ate from was the Chick-fil-A. That was the last one. Yeah, yeah, eating that raw ramen, you know? It's kind of like a little fiber boost, I guess, you know? Imagine if you eat one pack of ramen, that's like your fiber for like 2 weeks. You'd be good. You wouldn't have to do. You could just go reckless the rest of those 2 weeks. Be like a cheat day. All that ramen would just dry ramen would yeah. It's just it's too much. It's too much to even think about. The chicken, yeah, no, right? Come on up if you want to talk about it. Come on up and talk about it. I don't believe anybody will come up and talk about it. I don't think you'll do it. Prove me wrong. You know? Oh yeah, well I take that back. I did have the Popeyes. It was probably shoot. I don't think it was this year. It was probably like at the tail end of last year. We was working somewhere in Georgia, and shoot, man, that's the only place they had was a Burger King, a Popeyes, and a little deli. But all they sold was breakfast stuff. After breakfast was over, shoot, they done made about $2 grand on bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches. They didn't need to do nothing the rest of the day. But yeah, I had Popeyes. It wasn't too bad. It was around lunchtime. Like I said, it was the only thing that little place had. So I mean, it was fresh. Yeah, you can't go wrong. No, I don't know if I could handle it once a month. Shoot, man, no. You know what I mean? You can't just go back into it. You know, it'd be like I don't know.
Well, luckily I don't have a Popeyes very close to me or quite a few things, so I just never go to those places. And it's kind of a blessing because
That's
I'd be,
good. A
to get
blessing in
below.
disguise.
Hey, buddy.
Evening, bunny.
How are y'all?
Oh shoot, just talking about everything we don't like right now.
I get that.
Don't knock
Yeah.
it. Try it, Craig. Raw ramen is not that bad. Ask prisoners. They know what to do with ramen. Good old jailbird.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Mm-hmm. Your mama didn't buy chips. You crush up that ramen, pour the packet on, you got chips. Straight up.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
How's your trip going? How's the excursion going?
Oh my goodness. I can't believe where I'm at. And
Oh,
then we're in this cottage. It's this ancient old house. I'm, well, okay, I'm standing out the back door smoking right now. That's why I'm on my phone.
Be careful.
And in the view, there's this huge Catholic cathedral. It's got the bell tower. It's just, that's what I see out the back door. It's just beautiful.
Nice.
ooh.
All the history. I don't know.
Nice. Got
I'm
your
a
little
little,
St. Patty's Day cottage.
yes. And we didn't wear green. We didn't even think it, it just wasn't in the radar.
Shoot.
That's the joy of the adventure, girl.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, definitely.
Cheryl, I don't know if you can see us, but we can see you.
Yeah, I can see you, Daryl.
Yeah.
She said she can't read chat
Yeah.
earlier.
That
So,
sucks.
yeah, so I was talking in chat and I guess she wasn't seeing it.
It's got to be something. I don't know what it is.
Oh, Craig sees you. You could be here now and then, Cheryl. I think someone else said too they couldn't see. I don't know if it was Pat or someone else. That I mean, the YouTube's has been pretty weird lately. So, but we see you.
Maybe that I love canned spinach with a little vinegar in it. Mm.
Yeah, I don't think you can say that on a live No More Bunny. I think I might have to take this one down.
Oh, I know. You should delete this one. I
Yeah,
love spinach, but canned spinach, girl,
Oh,
girl.
good. You just got to be careful because they put some really long strings of spinach in there.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah,
I
they hit you
remember,
with the grande spinach.
I remember when I was little, half went down and half was in my mouth, and I was like, "What do I do?"
I never hear that sentence out of your mouth again.
That's literally what she said, and she just said it.
That's what she said. I don't ever want to hear you say that again.
It's the type of stuff that happens here.
Oh
It's
my
everything and
gosh,
nothing all at
y'all.
once. Love it.
I'm
Mm.
gonna have to change my
Can't
whole
edit it out. I don't have that
vocabulary.
technology. I'm using Taco Bell Wi-Fi. You know.
No takebacks.
Damn it, Virginia.
You know. Nice. It's cool. This is the part of the season on the broadcast where things start getting a little weird. So it's cool.
Right.
I like it.
Yeah.
We are in weird times.
Yeah, I like it.
Well, I'm glad you're safe on your first leg. Like,
Hmm.
yeah.
I'm you don't know how major this is. My daughter cried. She was
Oh,
just like when we passed 2 state lines, she cried. I was asleep.
no.
So I figured out. I I should have got a vehicle with a full back seat, but it's got the captain chairs. Well, that didn't stop me. We stopped it. It's a it's a Ollie's. Last year, whenever I kept talking about the store, it's Ollie's, not Aldi's, and they have everything. So we went there, and I was trying to find something to put to like connect the seats to lay on, because that's so. I was like, I think if I lay in the back seat, I'll be okay. I can sleep or whatever. And so I got a dog bed to put over the 2 seats, and then with the pillows, it works. And I crawled back there and laid down and conked. And then when I woke up, she told me where we were, and I was like, "No way! Oh my goodness,
Mm.
we're in Mississippi."
Yes. That's what's up.
But I
Yeah,
think I
yeah,
want to
Ollie's here. They got
sightsee.
some pretty interesting stuff for sure.
And she was telling me, she said, I've never actually looked at anything in all the towns that we go through when we travel. And I said, well, you're going to now because we're in the Bible Belt. There's so much history here. No,
Mhm.
we're going to see some stuff.
Just be careful. A state with that many S's in their names, you know what I mean? They couldn't figure it out. Be careful.
Right.
Well, someone
Or
someone told her, so there seems to be a difference between North and South Mississippi and North and South Virginia. Not Virginia. What's the next one? Alabama.
Hey, Billy.
Yeah, I can see those. There's certain like breakdowns in that. You're coastal,
Really?
more you're inland. Yeah,
So apparently the northern part, people are more prejudiced than southern part. But
allegedly.
everybody allegedly is right, because everybody has been just so friendly. I'm not noticing it at all.
Nah, Mississippi, it's a beautiful state. You know, like any state. Some places may have their bad shadows. You know, but it's a beautiful state in a whole. I mean, overall, it has its. You know, it has its things.
I
Sorry,
would say
Craig.
New York is more dangerous. Like Jackson is not good. And I've had family in Mississippi since 2003-ish. I've gone there and visited since the 90s for other reasons, but like I don't know. The racism argument, it kind of depends where you look, where you are, in what context, you know. But
And it's
there
how
are
they
some
have
places
you at.
there that are rough.
Yeah.
I see your test, Cheryl.
We see you, Cheryl.
Yep. And Craig, I'm not disclosing location. Sorry.
Yeah, don't. Yeah.
I'm done too, Wayne. The heck with it.
Hey, Zed.
It's like I seen this short the other day, and this guy said, "I'm going to do a lot of traveling and a lot of exploring this year, finding myself. But there's two places that I'm absolutely not going this year." I think he said, "I'm not going out of my way, and I'm not going above and beyond."
Mhm.
Right.
Well, this could be the last time I can see stuff. So I'm looking.
Right.
I'm snooping.
It could be, but it might not be. You know what I'm saying? You could
Yes,
have other opportunities.
Yeah,
But
there'll be many
I'm all
more.
about look at everything on the journey you're on. You're on like a certain trajectory, certain highways, certain freeways. Stop at everything, all the little museums, all the little history things, the little buildings that we don't
Yeah.
all hear about, right? Like go for it. And next time, if you happen to drive that direction, you might take a different route and have different things to see, you know? So enjoy every second, man. Anything that draws your fancy, go look at it. Go learn about it.
Yeah,
Oh, I am.
but you can still view and appreciate things like you'll never see it again. It doesn't mean that you won't, but just have that viewpoint as from it. Take it in, experience it.
Hundo.
Yes.
One of many, but it doesn't depreciate the value of this trip.
Right. Right. It does not depreciate the value of this trip. That's a good way to put it. Yep.
Yeah. The homes are amazing. The old timey and the mansions. Oh my gosh, we went by this mansion. It's humongous. It's like
Golden
a
Sire, good to see you. Hope all is well.
plantation looking. I
Yeah,
don't know.
I
Beautiful.
love those style of homes.
I do
So
too.
I'm probably biased. I've always grown up around that style of architecture. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I love it.
This house, it has doors everywhere and windows on the doors. The dining room. Well, I sent you some pictures, but you probably can't see them. I could show it. I guess.
yes,
I
girl.
look at anything other than what we're looking at right now, we're liable to all go to Tybee Island, and it's not the experience you would think it would be.
Hopefully, this doesn't go to me.
Who am I?
Just be
Let's
careful,
see
buddy.
what happens. Okay, it didn't go to me.
Ooh,
Oh, check you out.
So, and look at that.
I
That's
should have
so
took a picture of a chandelier that me and my coworker had to look at today. It was just like that one. That's funny.
Wait, let me see if I can get it. Fireplace.
I'm not even going to try to attempt to make you big screen. I'll kick us all off.
See,
Oh.
door, window.
Oh, yeah.
I don't even know what's in there. But
Despise a windowless door.
the flying pig.
Oh, I love it. There we go. The pigs fly. See? It was meant to be.
at this moment is when pigs fly.
Yep.
We're here.
Cute.
What you got there? Oh, yeah. I always love people's whatnots. You know, how do they think to put all this stuff into what place, you know?
I know. They decorate it so cute. It's just
Damn.
It's beautiful.
You in Ben Franklin's manor.
Wait, look at this rug.
Ooh,
Nice.
yes.
The
Just
rug.
appreciate it. There's a nice rug. I'll give it to him.
Right.
Nice little sitting chairs.
Sofa full of all my stuff. And this is the entryway. The desk.
Nice.
And wait till you see this. Oh. my
Oh, that bed.
goodness. Yes.
There you go.
Yes. Imagine it.
Nice.
That is kinky, girl.
And it's got the where the front of it sticks out, like, you know, it's like octagon shaped, kind of, sort of, you know.
Yes, the room itself.
Yes.
On tonight's episode of The Rich and Famous, we look how the celebrities partake when they're on their travels.
I
No.
love everything about that bed. There are so many thoughts in my mind right now. Sandwiches,
I
hot
know.
dogs,
And it's got
Lots of sandwich. Oh, and there's a sofa in front of it. Nice.
Yeah.
It's like a twofer.
the coffee table. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't care about the table bunny. Just go. Yeah, there you go. That's a nice.
Yes, that's the money shot right there. That's the money shot. Yes.
There it is. Lucky I can't screenshot right now. Dang. Pow, chicka, pow, pow.
You would not believe how inexpensive this was. I was just like blown away.
Yeah, the Airbnbs. Yeah, there's some good
Yes.
ones.
When my daughter said 130, I was like, yeah.
Duh.
Oh,
Yep.
that's way cheaper than you would have paid for a hotel room for y'all.
Right.
Yes. It's just,
Yeah.
I like how Craig says that place is definitely haunted. So
well, we
places out there are haunted.
Yeah, it probably is. I wasn't going to say that though, but yeah, it probably is.
I like it.
and I would show the bathroom, but my daughter is enjoying the clawfoot tub right now, so I
Yeah.
can't.
Yeah. You know, let's try to keep it family friendly.
Right.
Of course.
FTC is already emailing me as we speak. You know what I mean?
But there is the house across the street is vacant and it looks very haunted.
See how much they want for it.
Huh. Too cool.
Yeah.
That's like the I don't know if anybody here watched it, but the shorts that I uploaded today, the house that we're doing, it's a pretty interesting bathtub. The master bathtub and shower, it's all built in one. It's got this big tub that you could sit in, but it's inside of like this rainforest style shower. Thought that was pretty interesting.
Yeah.
That's how they wanted it built.
They made it sound like it has a shower, and so it has a hose head, whatever you call that, the handheld.
Water hose.
Yeah, the handheld. I guess.
You mean like a wellness device for women? How
I
strong
love
is the
that,
scent on
Virginia.
that? Does it have that sprayer or?
Make
is it
sure you
just-
give them a good review now. I was impressed. You know what I mean? I only seen 30 seconds and I was sold already.
Don't worry.
You give them a 5-star.
I'm gonna give them a good review.
Dude.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that movie Skeleton Key. Yeah. Mm,
Magic wand. I'm sorry, I got that one track.
yeah, man. Mm.
My bad.
Hey, I get it.
Yeah, I mean,
What are we getting?
it is what it is.
Whatever
Okay?
we can get.
There you
Exactly.
go. That's what I like to hear. There you go. Good response. I like it. Whatever's obtainable
That's the truth right
doesn't even
there.
have to be on sale. We just want it because it's there.
That's the truth teller. Mm-hmm.
It's a beautiful thing.
Mm-hmm. I mean, why
Man,
put an oven in the kitchen if they don't want you to bake? It makes no sense.
exactly.
You can put anything on the stove.
It has a full kitchen. It's like I didn't show the kitchen, did I?
Girl, take us
Gotta
to
see the kitchen now. I gotta see
Yeah.
it. I gotta see.
Okay,
I gotta see
okay.
what's going on. Let's see if it's
It's
cookable.
kind of a mess because I just cooked my steak.
No, it's all right. That makes it more authentic.
I'd like to see your meat while we're at it. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh man,
I have to uncover the lens. Yeah,
Ooh,
got the wood countertops, and
nice.
fancy microwave
check
thing,
you out, Betty Crocker.
Right?
and
Wow.
dishes that I gotta wash, and this little area with all the coffee set up.
There
I
you
mean,
go.
everything you could need is right here. It's got a
I got you
blender,
hooked up.
can
That's
opener.
so cool.
See, the sink is that old, just the one sink, faucet,
Right?
little sheer window coverings.
There you go.
So everybody
Hello
can
to anybody out there. How y'all doing?
right.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, it is nice. Yeah, y'all found a good one.
And
For
it's got a
sure.
little table and chairs in here.
Right? A breakfast nook.
Paw. I mean,
Whoa, that clock is the same time on Watt Life's thumbnail. That's trippy.
oh
There you
wow.
go.
Pretty close. I think his was at like 10-ish or 10:12 or 10:08 or something
I
like that. It's
synchronized and adjust the time vessels for this to happen.
well, y'all know I'm a couple hours behind, so
What is it, like 8:15 over there?
yep.
Yeah.
Oh, the time zones, man.
Yeah.
I know.
Well, I appreciate you missing Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune for me.
Dude, do they still show those?
I don't know. Just roll with it. I just appreciate if you did. I just don't say nothing. Just
Oh
let it
wow.
be.
This is a rollaway bed. If you want to add another,
Oh, I was gonna say that's the okay. I was like the darkest shadow ever. I was gonna say get away from there.
it's got a cover over it. Look at this old apron. Old apron.
There you go.
Naked. Are you sure it's not a robe? I dare you.
This is, then it's got this. I don't know what to do with that, but
It's like a washing machine.
this is my bed. I told my
There you
daughter, I said, "You've been driving. You need the nice bed."
Man, every bed has thoughtful spires. I love it.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and the little quilts hanging on the rack over there.
Mm-hmm.
Big windows. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
That's beautiful,
Nice.
man.
I appreciate the tour. Nice
Mhm.
place.
You're welcome. Glad y'all enjoyed it.
The small bed is never haunted. Man, it's secret. People are haunted, not objects.
Could
And
be.
the weird thing is, there's not one TV in the whole house.
Really?
That's gift.
Yeah. My daughter was like opening cupboards and stuff, and she's like, "Where's the TV?"
Mhm.
It is interesting, though.
Can live one night without the TV. Got your phone.
Oh, yeah. Come tell us about it, Craig. Damn. He's all hanging out in the shadows, being that weird ghost in the corner of the room, wearing a top hat, looking at you right when you wake up in the middle of a dream. Come on, Craig. Tell us about the hauntings.
Oh, yeah, after Katrina, yeah.
Hmm. I
Huh.
bet the energy, like storms have a lot of energy.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt about that. That's like even like people you start seeing like reports of like sharks and certain things get sighted and stuff in certain areas or closer to shores during that type of season. All it is just those. Well, it could be other things, but I think ultimately the storms and stuff push a lot of those type of things in. You know.
Yes. Like one of the most conductive things is water, right?
Oh yeah,
And a lot of
definitely
storms are a lot of moisture.
could be.
But you know what I'm saying though, for Rizzle. Or, okay, what about pressure? Because humidity and moisture, I believe, would 100% affect energies out there in the ethers. What about
Yeah.
pressure? I don't know what that would do to energy. Watt, do you know? Like, what does
Oh, it
pressure?
could definitely. It could have. I think in my mind, it could have two effects. Either it can like increase it, or it could dampen it. You know,
Uh-huh,
it could be to the point where it could increase it past certain levels, or it could just dampen it, where it could like cut it off to little or no um, flow.
right?
Pressure
Um,
is definitely a thing because whenever we left, it was pretty high up and you could feel it. Oh, just okay. I'm gonna shut up.
hold on, let's see here. Something's going on here. Okay, let me see what you got. Who's back in the backstage? I don't know. This looks like a highly advanced AI implication application. We're going to give it a shot, though. Did it happen? Evening, sir.
Oh, there he is.
Could be AI. I don't see a mustache. I think he tricked us.
Craig, I'm kind of glad you came up. I wanted to ask you, does your church that you go to have the bell?
Oh,
Yeah.
Craig, your volume is way low. Like
Yeah,
you're
I can't hardly hear you.
Wait, can you hear me now? Can you
Yeah,
hear me
there you
now?
go.
I
Yes.
got
A lot
somewhat
better.
weird, so you can't see me. All right, sorry.
No, that's good. That's better.
That's probably even better. Yeah.
Yeah, there we
Um,
go.
Yeah, no, we got it. That's how I know what time it is because it goes
See?
dong,
And that's
dong, dong. Like it'll do 8 rings. It means it's 8 o'clock in the morning. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
yes. And that's what I have been noticing on my travels is the bells and the architecture of the churches.
Hmm.
it's
course, I'm taking
vibrations
pictures.
that keep away demons. Those vibrations from the
Yes.
bells really do work.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're healing also. I truly believe it.
Although really our church, it's sound equipment. You know, it's a speaker. Unfortunately, they've all been modernized. You know, really,
Oh,
a lot of them don't
Yeah.
use the actual bells.
Modern acoustics.
Yeah,
Darn it.
loudspeakers.
oh, that's messed up. So they're not using the organic like dong, like a bell with the middle dong thing. Like,
That's right, Virginia. That's why we
there's
have so
no
many
dong
damn
to the
demons
bell.
running around because we have no protection. It's bullshit.
It's for our
And
safety,
then
Craig.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had to melt down all the bells to make war, Virginia.
yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
that's how it goes, you know.
Yeah,
I
don't
hate
ask
to
me
say the
about the Mountain
truth.
Bell.
They had to make more Taco Bells.
Yeah.
Mm, right.
They don't even have real bells there. You're right.
No, that's the thing, you know. You get less bell.
Oh, Watt, thank you, dude. Watt, thank you for having me up here. I know I'm
Appreciate you being here.
controversial. I really thank you for having me.
Well, think about it. I don't know if anybody's ever like looked into like meditation, or maybe like the idea of like chakras and stuff like that. Like when
Mm.
people go into meditation or stuff like that. I mean, I've did some studies, and it's people. It doesn't matter. Uh, the people that can get to that level, it doesn't matter what's going on around them. It could be total silence, or it could be total chaos. The one guy said, he said, I could go into perfect meditation if I was sitting beside a jackhammer.
Right.
But I think about like the different frequencies or sounds that he was saying as he went through his meditation, the 7 different, I forget exactly how they go, but it was almost like the 7 uh, chakra principle, if anybody's familiar with that. But it made me think about that, being with the bells, the frequencies, you know. A lot of people associate bells and stuff with churches, you
Yeah.
know,
No, there's a lot to that
if that makes
frequency.
sense.
No, it does. And dude, I've been really into it. I don't want to push my thing on you or anything like that, but I do a meditation, the rosary. When I do my rosary daily, that's a meditation. You
Right.
know, you're really meditating on it. And then at like 3 p.m., I do a chaplet of divine mercy, which is with the rosary, but it's it's a prayer to Jesus Christ, to like the blood and water. I don't know
Yeah,
if you ever heard like the gosh, how's it go? I'm drawing a blank right now. For his passions, have mercy on us and on the whole world. For the sake of his sorrowful passions, have mercy on us and
yeah,
on the whole world. It's that kind of thing. So that's the meditation. Then you have another one that's like silent. When I go to adoration on Wednesday, that's when they bring out the Eucharist, and the Eucharist and that's like the body of Christ.
yeah.
So it's blessed. And we just sit there and you're sitting with Jesus. It's
Mhm.
pretty freaking awesome, man. It really is,
But even
And
like you just described, your different states of meditation, or uh, I don't know, I guess spiritual conversation, I guess if you want to call it that, I guess I'll call it that. But even when you say when you go into your quiet place, I mean there's still vibration and there's energies happening, because even though you may be silent
totally.
and deaf, you still have something going on in your mind. You know, you're having that conversation, those thoughts, things are going through. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it's real, dude. And
It's
look, let
real.
me tell you what happened. So I'm a lecturer at the church. So I read the word. And so believe it or not, it terrifies me because it's a live audience and it's all these people. And this is the only word they get a week, maybe, out of the Bible, is what I'm about to tell them. So I prayed to like the Holy Spirit to do it. I'm like, just take over me, do it, deliver it. And I do it. I don't remember. And then afterwards, I got back to my pew and I was trembling. I mean, like my body was uncontrollably trembling.
So do you feel like you hit a transcendental state? Because when you said I did not remember it, that
I did.
like makes me think of transcendence.
I really didn't. I didn't know how it went. I was like asking how to get. They're like, "Oh, you did great. That was amazing." And I'm like,
Right.
"Well, that wasn't me."
Right.
It
Right.
really wasn't, because I was
Huh.
praying to Holy Spirit to deliver the message because I was fearful. You know.
What do you
Yep.
think? So I think of frequency. What do you think contributed to that energy?
Oh gosh, I wouldn't know, but I think that's something big, and I think we'll never understand it until we're in the next world. I really don't think, you know,
Right,
it's so weird how all these, and it's all the old stuff, Virginia, all the
right.
wise tales and myths are turning
They're
out to be,
real.
they're turning out to be real.
They're 100% real.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Absolutely.
And then who knows? Somebody brought up CERN or somewhere. I saw CERN somewhere.
Hmm.
Yep.
Who knows what they've opened up? And everybody's saying that there's just different timelines, and they're all converging on the same spot. You know,
Yeah.
and like some days you wonder, what timeline are we in? Am I in my same timeline, or did I shift over? Can I go back to my other one? It's weird.
Mhm.
I'm waiting for them to start doing biblical drops like they've been doing drops of certain files or certain government agencies. They'll drop files and stuff or findings and stuff. I'm waiting for them to start dropping their biblical findings or their spiritual
No,
findings on certain things.
no, dude, what? They're
Yeah.
going to push alien. They're not
Yeah.
going, they won't go
I
there.
know.
They're still going to push, and alien could be the big deception. We're thinking, oh, these ET, he's coming. We're going to have so much
Yep.
fun with him.
I think they're just going to sit around and watch movies and feed it Reese Pieces.
Yeah, but then when you think about it, the stories of butthole searches sound like demonic.
Yeah.
Remember how everybody's butt was being searched by aliens for some reason in the
Yeah.
80s or something?
You need a deep probe.
I always thought it was
requires
the
a
belly
deep probe.
button.
Wait, what's that, Bonnie?
I always thought it was the belly button.
Or the belly button, but
Could
it's a
be,
hole.
you know?
Yeah, they're going in somewhere.
Belly
Yeah.
button's a good orifice.
Yeah, it was a probing.
Hmm.
Only demons would probe you, not
You
your
know what?
friends.
I don't think CERN, I've heard some people that say that it's releasing the demons. I think the demons are already here.
Well,
I
they
think-
probably are, but it may be bringing more in. Kind of like
Yeah.
Joe
But I don't
Biden
think-
brought in all them illegal aliens. It's like hey, we're open. Come on in.
But I don't think that they would be coming from above. I think they would be coming from below. So,
Wow.
with them messing with that, and I keep thinking about him coming back with the white horses.
Yeah, but you bring back a good point, Bonnie. You bring in such a good point. They came from
Mhm.
above. Remember, what is unbound on earth is unbound in heaven. There was a great battle originally that happened.
True.
What if there's another battle going on? We don't know what's going on.
Oh, I'm sure there is. That's probably why.
And maybe those
Bonnie-
cast
But Bonnie's
down.
point, though, that they might be below, that's actually, I think that could be an avenue to explore here. Because, when we hear about things being damned, they're always sent down. You're sent down somewhere. You're
Yeah.
in the underworld of the Sheols, right? And we know there were wars in the heavens.
To the pits of hell.
Right?
Correct.
Well, what happened to the ones that got sent down? I agree, Bonnie. They've probably always been here. Now, the thing is, what if some are trapped in a ultra dimension, and that's part of the purpose of CERN, which, interestingly, all of the particle colliders, of which there are many across the world, are all underground. They are deep underground. So when the powers
Yeah.
that be the CERN things look for shit or look for portals, they're underground. They don't go above. They don't make particle colliders in the sky. They
Yeah.
make them under the ground, right?
Larry
Yeah.
Schultz.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir. I appreciate you being
Oh,
here. Hope all is well.
Lawrence. Good to see you, Lawrence.
Hey, Lori. Larry.
No,
said
you bring up Lawrence.
Larry.
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 I say, I don't see Lawrence, but I'm glad you're here too, Lawrence. I love you.
No, that's what I call Larry. He's always present. Is that Larry? Yeah, that's Larry. Yeah, he's present.
Just go into a random chat and say, hey, is Lawrence here?
Hey, is
No? All
Lawrence
right, the
there?
heck with it. I'm out of here.
Hi, I just
Right.
came by to. I just stopped by to see Lawrence.
Yeah, Lawrence ain't here. Oh well.
No, that's a good point. They always are underground, so that
Mhm.
means demonic. Think about where was it? It was some mountain, and at the base of that mountain was the entrance to Hades. It's
Right.
over in the Middle East. I forget what friggin' mountain they talk. Which one it is.
Mhm.
But that's where all the demons. Oh, and think about this, Virginia. What's with the 33 degree? Okay, the
Correct.
33 degree is thought by many to be that was these demigod or whatever Nephilim, whatever fallen angels, the main ones that came down were trying to figure out how to get back to heaven.
Correct. How
And
to get back up.
yes, and
They weren't allowed.
but for some reason the 33 degree is the way to the heavens, I guess.
You look at
Yeah.
that symbology, the steps, the climbing. You know what I mean? A lot of
There
that
are
symbology depicts that the ascension.
Yeah.
33 vertebrae in the spine. The number
Yeah.
33 has many references, but Jacob's ladder. What if they are trying to find their way back up? And so the thing is what if some of them were trapped for quite a long time, and there were eventually cracks in the fissures, there were ley lines, there were openings in Antarctica, there were caves, there were underwater portals, right, where some of them started to come back out
Right.
and cavort with our leadership and start to manipulate and socially engineer all of us, because there's fair evidence of these things being underwater, underground, in caves, like well below. Look into the underground cities in Turkey, for example.
Yes.
Who the fuck is down
Yes.
there? Why
There's
is that?
I don't know the biblical verse, but I think there's a biblical verse. I think when it refers to like the second coming or at some point, and he talks about the people going to to the caves, trying to hide in the caves.
Mhm.
Yes.
Not even hiding in their caves will save them, but they think it will.
The Mayans with the, yeah.
Well,
I-
heck, when they ran for the hills, for the mountains to hide into the ground, he said, "Don't look back." It's Sodom and Gomorrah when they destroyed
Right.
that. So they did always run to those caves.
And his wife turned into a pillar of salt.
Pillar of
Now,
salt.
we could
And
see that literally as
there's
that she
evidence.
looked back and became dust. But what if it's allegorical? What if it's a parable that she looked back and became spiritually dust? Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
That's what I was going to
There's
say, because salt is healing. Salt
Right.
is the salt of the earth.
Mhm.
And there's
It's-
evidence of it. There's evidence of a salt. It's like a pillar near that site, and they found sulfur balls. They've found all the and it's pure sulfur. They can't
Right.
figure it out, And then they found that. They also found the rock that was split open, the one that made all the water. You remember Moses went and he needed water, and he said, "Go hit this rock," and it split open, and fresh river water came out of the rock.
Yeah.
So it's crazy. They're finding evidence of all of this,
Well, what came first, though? Because we're
The egg.
talking about stories that are oral tales, not, get your head out of the gutter.
Gosh, Virginia, when you just said that, that's
I
exactly
love a
where
good
my
old
mind
tale.
went. I can't lie, Virginia.
Goodness.
That's exactly where
I
my
knew you
mind
went
went.
into the crevasse. I could feel it. I felt
Yeah.
you in the crevasse.
All right, say crevasse. That sounds much nastier.
No doubt in my mind. And I'm not discounting the power of these stories in the Bible, right? What I'm saying is, which came first, the crevasse or the tail?
Limb to limb.
Limbs to limbs. I appreciate you being here,
Wait.
brother.
What was the
Hope
other
all is
word for
well.
crevasse? I'm so confused. What was the other word? Because
Like when Moses split the waters and there's a fissure in the earth of this possibility archaeologically, right?
yes.
Do you see what I mean?
What? How could it be the timing? You got to think about the timing. It was
But
when
do
he
we know
struck
the
it.
timing? Do you know what year we're really in, Craig?
Oh, no. I don't. No, Virginia. Now you're going way above my pay grade.
What I'm saying. What did you think was the target? If we're
Virginia.
gonna shoot that
2167.
target,
I am not a rocket scientist. Damn it.
Well, but still, just like the American history, there's so many years that are missing.
Yep.
So I believe that there's a lot of time missing in all of history.
Yep, but I only think it's about 6,000 years.
So
Virginia.
you think biblically?
Only
the
Yeah, I
time
think
measurement
carbon
is
dating is
biblical?
bullshit. I
Mhm,
think these dragons were really dragons, not dinosaurs. I
mhm.
think all this happened in the span
Not
of
opposed to that theory.
Okay,
6
cool.
to 7,000 years. I think this billions and billions of years is bullcrap. I really do.
Okay. Okay, so you're going with the biblical cosmology, which would put us at 6,000 years based on those scriptures.
Yeah,
Cola.
really. Yeah, and the more
Good
I think
evening,
about
Cola.
it, and look,
How
I
do
didn't
we
even
explain
cola. Sorry, I can't see shit.
certain things on Mother Earth? Okay, let's take out animals, including humans.
Lily
Animals,
J. Good to
humans,
see you.
dinosaurs. Let's take them all out. How do we explain some of the geology that is well beyond 6,000 years, as well as things like putting a time on the pyramids, which incidentally
Yes.
are not in the Bible, which I find really interesting because they should be,
Yes.
right? But a lot
Yes.
of people think the Bible is 10, or I'm sorry, the pyramids are 10 to 12,000 years
Yeah,
or
especially
more
the
old.
Egyptian aspect of the pyramids. Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
But
I
my
know. I
point
think
was,
those go way back. I really do. No, I think fallen angel technology.
mhm,
I really
so
do.
they
I
did them
think
fast, like some kind of.
It's hard to pinpoint on a specific time. Different us being maybe different religions or being from different where we could have like different aspects or different teachings. But it's kind of I guess it's hard for I guess the average mind to pinpoint where we are when we really don't even know when it all began. We know something began. We kind of have a rough understanding of that when it began, but
Mhm.
time as they feed us. When did it begin?
Oh, dude, look at this, Virginia. Where were we 100 years ago? 1926. Think about it, 1926. Look at our technology,
I was in
everything,
California back then.
and now look where we are now.
Okay, but have you looked into the world fairs in Tartaria and some of the ideas that ancient technology has always been here? That we
Yes.
did have power, that humans did tap into the ether and have free energy and light bulbs, as it were, right?
Like old miners, they're
Yes.
digging a mine and they find an old power cable
Right.
that's in some place that never should have been. Like, why?
I saw
How is
that
this?
port. If we're thinking of the same thing, I saw that.
Yes.
Yeah.
This made me think about something. Let me tell this right quick while it's on my mind. It kind of deals with some of this stuff. But there was a battle in the Civil War. I can't remember which one it was. It was a battle that started with a C. I know that really don't narrow it down, but anyway, there was this particular battle where some of these soldiers got wounded in this particular area, and in their wounds, they started mysteriously seeing at nighttime. They were like glowing and everything, and the wounds was glowing, and whenever they was walking around, it was like they were glowing, but it wasn't like harming them; it was healing them, And the next thing you know, shoot, they was healed up and ready to go back into battle. This was an actual reference to happen in the Civil War. I think they tried to accredit it to some type of microbacteria that lived in the water around that time, and it had that glowing effect, and it got in the wound and stuff, but they called it what they call it? They called it the angel glow because the
Really?
opposing forces, the opposing forces saw these Civil War soldiers coming at them with a glow, and they thought that they were protected by the hand of God. And not only did it freak them out, but it's also testimonies where this whatever this was that got on these soldiers that healed them, and it was glowing.
Now, what area? Did they say
Can't
what
remember.
area?
It was in the Civil War, and the particular battle started with a C. I don't know. I read about it a long time ago.
Huh.
Uh, but
Mm.
probably just put in glowing, or angel glow Civil War battle, and you'll probably get it on that hit.
Somebody Google that, please. Yeah, we
Right.
Yeah.
gotta find
Help
out.
us
That's
chat.
very
Google
interesting.
stuff.
But yeah, that was a thing. I read about that a while back.
It kind of sounds like an energy imprint and not even a
I mean, and this was Civil
live
War time,
battle.
you know.
Yeah.
But was it, again, going back to the time
Yeah, but
question,
was it? Yeah. I mean, as they tell us, Civil War times, you know, whatever it might have been or when it might have been. Yeah.
And
right?
you're right,
Because
dude.
a
And I
lot
want
of
to,
people bear witness to things that could be imprints from the past.
dude. There's so much. Think about Civil War. They say that's one of the most haunted places ever. The Gettysburg.
Mhm.
There's ghosts all over. If you drove your Tesla over there and put it on the ghost mode or whatever it would see all kind of shit.
Right.
You know how they have
I-
that where it's like sees real
I've
ghosts?
heard about that. Yeah.
Yeah, like the Tesla thing actually picks up people in graveyards.
Do you think they're picking up energy signatures, or do you
Mhm.
think it's a glitch in their computer system?
No, I think it's energy. And I think it all goes back to, which I never believed in for a while, but purgatory. I really believe in purgatory now.
Oh,
And daily,
interesting.
I am praying people out of purgatory. I pray my father, my grandfather, just family,
What do you
friends.
think purgatory would be? What do you think that is?
Well, it's like Dante's Inferno. If you ever read if you ever read that, it is.
Yep.
It's a fiery place. It's miserable, and that's why I pray. I try to pray every day for souls out of purgatory, because then those souls will pray for you to be out of purgatory. You know,
Well,
because
okay, I'm going to back
if
you
you
up
happen to
there,
go,
Fred.
you know.
Dante's Inferno is the name of the book is actually the Divine Comedy, and it's 3 different sections. It's Paradiso, Purgatorio, and the Inferno. And so what you're talking about would be the middle level, because again,
Middle level, but still miserable. I
it's
think still
Paradise,
miserable.
Purgatory,
Yes.
and Inferno.
Yes.
So in the middle, I've asked this to people that are in this chat. What if, when you're in the middle of a haunting, that you are the ghost in someone else's bedroom? You are the haunting in someone else's bedroom, because that would be
I
the
like it.
definition of purgatory.
Oh,
When you're in
Oh.
limbo.
I see what you're
Because-
saying. Like an old residence is
Correct.
still there
Yeah.
while you're there.
State.
Yes.
Who is this? Who is this guy
Because-
smoking weed
because-
in my house?
Yeah.
Because you're going to
Guilty.
stay at the place that's familiar and comfortable to you. And I totally believe that. And so, Craig, what you're talking about, if I remember right from the Catholic teachings, they talk about the limbo when you're like halfway. And
Yes.
so I think that the concept of it is you're waiting to be judged.
Mhm.
Correct. And think about this.
And
The
where you're
gate,
going to go.
they always told us the path is narrow, the gate is
Good night, Cola.
small.
Appreciate you being here.
You know, there's so many people that are like, I would say way better than me that are definitely going to be ahead of me in line. You know what I mean?
Right.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like there's only so much room and there's only so many allowed, you know? And
Craig, were you listening when we talked about the loaf of bread being timed? So there's like the beginning and the end, 2 butts, and then there's slices in between that are time, and we may or may not be able to jump between slices.
oh wow,
don't
I didn't hear that. Y'all really went deep. I think that's when I walked the dogs, but that's crazy.
Well, we
yeah,
went,
we went there.
we went a little out there, but I'm trying to build on this analogy of, okay, so whether it's, okay, so you have each heel of the bread loaf, you have the front and the back, and that's beginning and end, alpha and omega, as I believe Kara put it. And there
Oh,
are
that's good.
slices in between,
Okay.
And in other words, all of time is happening at the same time because it's one loaf of bread, but on that one loaf of bread is the Alpha and the Omega, right?
Well-
So if we relate that to, let's say, the chakras, I have my little piece of paper. We have the crown chakra, third eye, throat, heart, solar plexus, sacral, and root. There are 7. So let's
Yep.
say the crown and the root are the 2 butts of the bread. In the middle of the bread are the third eye, throat, heart, solar plexus, and sacral.
All the way to the crown chakra.
Correct. And in between there we have, because in the Divine Comedy with Dante, there was Paradiso, Purgatorio, and Outer Darkness, but there are stages within those. I want to say there might have been 7 levels in that book.
Yes.
Right?
I think
So,
7
and
is
that
a
lines
common
up.
number in a lot of things that we do, you know.
Yeah.
Now look, the chakra thing, is that
Exactly.
more Asian?
The
Is that
number
Asian
7,
culture
yes.
or what? Is that more? Where does chakra
Um,
originate? Is that Indian or Asian? Where is it
I
really?
would go with maybe India, but it's also
I
the
would go
energy.
Asia,
If you go to the Google, because Google is very reliable, you can
Mhm.
find that Jesus even taught about our energies in our body. Your crown, your
Correct.
third eye. He said
Yes.
the temple is in you. What do we have on each side of our head? Our temples. That's the third eye.
There's
The
a verse
throat,
in the Bible that says God does not dwell in the temples of those made by men. You know, we have temples on either side of our heads for a reason,
right.
you know.
And how many pictures show Jesus with a burning heart in the center? With a
Correct,
heart.
dude. That's
Burning
it.
heart and a
That's
crown,
it.
maybe.
That's
That's
the
the
image I
heart
do the
and the solar
chaplet to.
plexus.
Yes, the Sacred Heart. Yes.
Correct. That's both
Let
of
me
those
ask you
together.
this.
Not just Eastern religions, Christianity, old school Christianity.
It's all
with-
connected.
It's all
All right,
connected.
so listen to this. This is real and crazy too. It's pretty awesome. In China, you know, and they're think about China and China culture, and they have deep beliefs. They acknowledge that something amazing happened
The
when Christ was born. They acknowledge that a great man in their writings, and I was like, whoa, how in the, you know? But I think it's
Right.
all connected. It all goes back to the same source.
You can put
Yep.
Christ in a lot of places, like the Mormons, and I was raised in that doomsday cult, so I can say
Oh
confidently,
no. Yeah.
that's a much deeper
I'm
rabbit hole.
sorry.
But
I'm sorry. No, I know some. I
believe
know 'em.
that-
Yeah, no, I know 'em.
They believe
We'll
that
save that for
Jesus showed
episode 10.
up basically in Mesoamerica. Okay. Now, maybe they're wrong. They probably are. I think they're basing that on Quetzalcoatl. But my point is you go out east into the Eastern cultures, there are burial sites for Jesus. It is not spelled with a J, it's spelled with an I. And they're in like the area of like Turkey, Morocco, sort of. Okay. You go
Yes.
out east, even with Buddhist and Chinese, they also have venerated spots for this same caricature.
Yes.
You find it in Egypt, you find it in Asia, you find it in the Americas, you find it
Ethiopia.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Correct.
Everywhere.
Ethiopia has the most accurate Bible, by the way.
Dude, the Ark. Some say the Ark.
Have you ever
is
seen
really
this
up there.
alleged place, this little fenced-in structure where that guy allegedly spends his whole life there guarding this thing?
Oh, in Ethiopia,
Yes.
the Ark of the
Yeah,
Covenant.
it's an interesting story.
That really is.
Mhm.
Makes you
Yeah.
wonder what's in there, but we just never know, I guess.
And
Or is it
what
just
I always
tourism?
thought from Indiana Jones movie that it was in that place in Jordan, wherever, you know, where the
Yeah, from
cavern
that
where the
movie where they were
rocks.
looking for it allegedly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
where they went to look for the Ark of the Covenant. I
Yep.
always thought it was there, but
Well,
now
look, there's testimony from all
Those-
over the world, right? There's
Those-
testimonies
yeah.
and this scene. So whichever is which, I don't freaking know. Like I'm
Virginia.
not doubting what anyone believes. I don't know, but I know
Those
there's
guys-
testimony from all over
Wait,
the world.
Virginia, listen to this. Those guys in Ethiopia that are guarding it
Yep.
live for an long, I don't want to say ungodly, a godly amount of time. They live
But
for.
you know what else happens to them though? Because they're the only person who can look at the Ark. they all end up with cataracts in their eyes.
Yeah, I did
Yes.
see that in that thing. Yeah,
They go
Yes.
blind.
it's like 120 with cataracts. Yeah,
Yep.
It is filled with radiation. Yeah. Imagine.
Mhm.
Yeah.
and
Right.
and of course, don't quote me exactly because I ain't got the receipts on hand. But I was watching this, I don't know, this kind of religious documentary a while back, and this guy was kind of talking it down, and he had the receipts on different things he was kind of presenting. But he was like, from where he was telling, this is what he was saying. Now he said that.
Like you got this set up.
Sorry, y'all. Just a
Oh, it's
moment.
okay. I
Oh,
encourage it. I love it.
wait. I love hearing giggles. What's going on, ladies?
I know, right?
I
It was
didn't know
that
she was
one
home.
coming out.
Sorry, Denise.
They must
Be
have found
careful.
the ghost. They found the ghost in the bed.
Ghost found them.
No, it was
But
the setting of the shower head.
I think he said that allegedly once the story of Christ or the Bible as we know it started to be I guess told or publicated at the time, they had already been 14 or 15 different religions at some point in the world or in history, and he called out the different ones, he named them and different things like that, and he pulled out all the key factors from it, and it was pretty much almost the same story. You know, the story of a I guess we just call him a Christ-like being, you know, and he had a group of men, you know, and a lot of times that story showed up, his 12 disciples or certain disciples, different stories, you know. I don't think it takes away from the story itself, because I guess ultimately it was a story powerful enough that needed to be continued to tell for whatever reason, you know.
What? I heard
Um,
that same thing. No, I'm so glad you said that.
you know,
And guess who? Guess who said it?
who said
My
it?
Iranian buddy. So Iran, the original religion is not Muslim. Iran had some original, I forget what he called it. And he said it followed the same storyline as the Christ story.
Mhm.
But then let's think about what we're talking about. Think about fallen angels and the knowledge they have, because the dumbest fallen angel is smarter than any of us. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying?
Oh
Just the
yeah, I would
knowledge
think
that they
so
have.
ultimately.
So they came to Earth and they made all these false idols, and that infuriated the Heavenly Father, of course. And so he went to Israel, these broken people, and he was the God of them. Like he was he said, no, I'm not going to go, because before that time they saw all these demigods. Think about Gilgamesh was half
Yeah, the story
Nephilim,
of Gilgamesh. Yeah,
half human. So they had all these demigods, and they ruled with power and might and strength. And our Lord, our Heavenly Father said, well, screw that. I'm going to come as a weak son of a gun, and watch. They're going to, we're going to do. I mean, it's an amazing story. It really is. Like, it's an
hey, what
amazing plot.
does the Bible say? Put no other God before me, or he speaks of like gods in a plural, maybe not be
Yes.
capital G, you know.
Yes. So I think
Well,
that's
yes, the
really
Old Testament is polytheistic. There are multiple gods. So Craig, are you saying that is Jesus as God saying that, or are you talking about the Old Testament God? Because those
no,
are
I'm
different
talking about
things.
Old Testament God before he came and granted us out. Because think about it, Jesus was a new covenant. That
Mhm.
was so we could be allowed into heaven. Because before that, you weren't allowed into heaven. All right.
I understand. Yeah,
No matter who you were,
that's
it
the
was
point of
Dante's
salvation.
it was Dante's
Mhm.
Inferno for you. They had a few of them that were brought up into heaven, but it was very few. So, wait, go ahead.
The
I lost my train of
sacrifice.
thought. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, this is a deep combo, for sure.
No, I've been really studying, dude. I'm taking
I
theology.
mean, what
I've
stopped
been
them? What changed? I
studying
mean, we
this.
see it. We see it happening now in certain things with these certain entities and stuff that stop life. You know, other
Mhm.
different things that interfere with life. What's the difference? You know.
Are you ready for this one?
Yep.
Did you know one of the writers of the Bible is referenced as Q?
All right,
they
explain that.
have no name for this writer of some of the books in the Bible other than Q. Of all the things dude, I
According
learned that
to
tonight in
who?
class. I went to catechism
Who?
class tonight and I learned that. I was like, what?
Who labeled it Q for this random? Is it a book of the Bible? Because
There,
there's no authors of
you
the
know what? I'm going
Bible.
to have to research, but I know it's several books of the Bible were attributed to an author known as Q. So not Mark, not John, not Paul. You know what I'm saying? Like there is no, like you could say, I think Paul wrote this or whatever. Hebrews or whatever. They'll say different things. Like I think he was the writer of that. Or Luke
I'm
or
just
whatever.
curious what year the letter Q was part of their
All right,
alphabet.
let me research more because I got
You gotta research more on this one, dog.
Yeah,
I
I
got to go to
definitely
my
love to hear the
I'm going to go to my
podcast.
guy. No, I got a guy, my teacher.
I got a guy.
Well, because I go to catechism every Tuesday, so I'm always going to class, and we're
Right.
talking about this. And this man Neil, he's a retired veterinarian, but he's like a third ordained something. I don't know what he is, but he's so knowledgeable.
Would you trust them to use your last call on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
Dude, I would totally.
All right,
Yes.
ask him.
Would you trust him to babysit your youngest puppy?
Oh no, totally. But he is a little slow because he's up in years. So
Well,
Yeah,
up in
that's
years,
that's okay.
but yeah, let us know. I'm very curious about this.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure about the letter Q because alphabets have changed over the time the Bible would have been written and set in stone or copper, as it were.
Yeah.
The letter Q didn't even
Yeah.
fucking exist. So
Well, you know what? Because so Mark was a Roman, and Mark was friends with Saint Paul. So Saul, who was
Right.
met in the road to Damascus. So Mark was later. It was later times. It was 80 to 90 AD, probably when that was written.
mhm.
And written more for the Gentiles. So, like I'm getting all the timelines on all this stuff, So
Very interesting.
yes.
Yeah,
And Mark was a Roman. Mark was a Roman, and funny thing, Mark, he was actually named. That's the god of war for Romans.
Like Mars.
Yeah, and Jesus picks picks people. Think about Saint Paul. He picks people with fire in them to deliver his message. It's freaking awesome,
But I would question that Q part, and I see where Vicky's saying there is a book of Q, but
I'll find out. Well, Bonnie, I knew you would because you question everything, Bonnie. Let's be honest. You question everything. We almost thought you were a sellout to the Patriot community, but I know you're not, Bonnie. I know you're not. And I told everybody, Bonnie is not a sellout to the Patriot community. She will come back on board. She's she's investigating. Give her a chance. That's what I said, Bonnie. And I believe it.
Oh, well, thank you, Craig. And I'm glad to know that people are talking about me.
Bonnie, they talk about all of us. Bonnie, they talk about me. They talk about Watt. They definitely talk about Virginia Roots.
I appreciate it when they talk about me. Taste the heat off somebody else.
Bonnie,
talk about me more. Talk about all of us more.
Bonnie, we've been talking about Virginia Roots for about 6 years now.
If you know, you know, and if you don't, you
know. And it's great, Virginia.
No, I appreciate it. I'm doing something right because if y'all are questioning me, then I'm asking the right questions of y'all.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know. Look, sometimes I love it when people play devil's advocate. Because you really got to have all sides. We really have to be checked on it,
Absolutely. Because look at what we're talking about tonight. Nothing is as it seems. Nothing is as we have been told. There may be some truths in there at times, but how do we know which ones are the truths?
What? This is like an award-winning show you're having right now. This is the best.
I
This is the
appreciate
best
that.
show ever.
You know,
What?
it's the show about everything and nothing all at one time. That's what happens here in the Penalverse, Metalverse, MySpace 2.0 inner.
Getting so deep. Shit. All right, go ahead, Bonnie. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was done. I'm just glowing right now because it's like, woohoo!
There you
I
go.
accomplished my mission.
Dude, and you're in a nice spot too. That place is really good looking. That's good.
Thank you.
At least you're having some southern charm. Oh, by the way, go eat food and go to the worst looking place that's going to have the best food.
No, I know.
Hey,
That's what I
sometimes
told
that's
my
how it
daughter.
is in the South, you know?
That's how it is.
Yeah, I want to find some little mom and pop
Oh,
that does
dude.
home cooking.
Bonnie, if there's a fat black lady cooking, that's the best place you're going to eat. I'm telling you right
Yeah,
now. I'm
I know.
telling you. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, go where the locals is going.
Yes.
Mhm.
All right, so I got a text from Cola. I see it, girl. The Gospel of Q. The following translation has been committed to the public domain and may be freely copied and used, yada, yada. Q is the description given to a hypothetical saying source that many scholars believe was incorporated into the Gospels of Luke and Matthew. Though some notable scholars have questioned the theory, others have proposed reconstruction of Q, the letter Q, based on a careful comparison of the New Testament Gospels. No manuscripts of Q have survived from antiquity. The translation is based on the Greek text printed in the Critical Edition of Q, which is it's another hyperlink, another book, which I'll have to look into more. Like, I don't know what that means.
Oh, this is great, though. That's
So
really good.
basically, it comes down to that that this Gospel of Q was woven into Luke and Matthew, is what I'm seeing as far as just trying to peruse this here live, you know.
All right, so
And there
okay.
are some examples here of different scriptures to look at. I mean, honestly, as far as anything being incorporated into the Gospels, anything in the New or Old Testament, certainly there are many, many authors. Some are dreams, some are diaries. Mark,
Stories, oral
absolute
stories.
Greek,
Yeah.
Greco-Roman, like the oldest manuscript they found from the book of Mark. There's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Those are the, what do they call it? The birth of Jesus
Gospel.
is in the Gospels. Thank you.
Gospel.
Yes, the Gospels. So the oldest one found from the book of Mark actually says, rather than saying, God, why have they forsaken me? It says, Helios, why have they forsaken me? And Helios is the
It's
god of the
interesting you
sun.
said Helios, the sun
Yeah,
god. I
the
was just
sun
watching a video on that the other day.
god.
Yes. Wow.
Yeah.
And you know what? Mark also wrote Acts of the Apostles. Acts of the Apostles is Mark 2.0 or whatever. Oh, wait. No, wait. I'm wrong. No, I'm wrong. It was Luke. Luke wrote Acts of the Apostles. Luke was a physician and very intelligent, and I believe it was him. I gotta check it. I just learned that tonight. Damn
Well,
it.
as
We
we
can
all
always
know,
dig a little deeper.
It's
It's
in my
good.
notes. It's in my
Yeah.
notes. I'll look.
It's all good tidbits for learning. You know, curiosity is the mark of intelligence. Curiosity and understanding the etymology of terms and where people came from. And that'll help us put this together, because we know that man put together all of these publications for us, right? But yeah, thank you, Cola. And I'll click on some of those. There were a few hyperlinks in
Yeah,
there
you're
that
fine.
it would take forever. You know, I don't want to waste time on a live and like try to read through them. But yes, very interesting. Now, it was set out by some scholars that are like, well, this potential ghostwriter, we're going to call him Q. So
Q.
the letter Q itself is irrelevant to me. It's the
Q.
idea that there were ghostwriters.
Trust the plan. Sorry.
I do call Adrian.
Sorry, Virginia.
There's
Or
a
even what
plan.
was it?
No, there is a plan.
Or even the movie 007 wasn't the guy that invented all the gadgets and stuff? Wasn't he called Q?
Q. That was yes.
Yeah.
That was Q. Yeah.
Tale is old as time, song is old as rhyme.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Sometimes it repeats itself, and sometimes it just rhymes.
Oh, that's great.
Mhm.
You know it's true.
I totally
There you
forgot. I totally
That's in
forgot
your
what I was
head.
going to say.
It's in your head. You can't. That's what I was going to say. You'll be just suddenly singing that song tomorrow. While you're at the water cooler.
You're welcome.
It's
Whoever's
just
out
so
there.
much to
Yeah,
go
but I was
through.
thinking Willy Wonka. If you want to see paradise,
I'll take that.
we'll use
That's
it.
takeable.
You know they were eating children in that movie.
All right,
Oh,
we ain't
totally.
doing the heck with Willy Wonka.
Augustus, slow
Dang,
down.
man.
Save some room for later.
Dang.
Dude, Cola, there is a Q level. There is a level for every letter of the alphabet.
Oh yeah.
And believe it or not, the government
Come on.
does not give our
Get in
president
here.
the
No, get in
highest
here.
level of security clearance. Q level clearance is an actual clearance code. And
Yeah.
the president of the United States does not have the highest security in the United States as far as certain things with information. They've been compartmentalizing this with Intel for 249 years and 10 months.
Yes. That's why the normal military has no clue what's going on up there in the Pentagon,
Correct.
or even lower than that, but higher than them.
The men in
Yeah.
black. The
Yes.
men in black.
The men in black, the men
I
in
mean,
green.
like any corporation or any type of company or something we work with, as us being workers, we see things a lot different from the people that's sitting behind a desk in the AC all day. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I mean, they could easily transcend over to that environment. Different job, but I mean, it's the same mentalities.
Right.
Yeah.
And you build up in that structure. When you go higher up, you get ratings. In the military, it's like lieutenant, sergeant, and captain, and whatever. But
Yeah,
when you
different
work in
ranks.
the DoD or whatever, there are different levels as you get promoted, and they use letters and numbers for that. A newly elected president may not have a higher security clearance than a colonel or general that's been there for 40 years.
Yes.
It's a need to know basis.
And the different ranks, the E, there's a letter and then a number, like a E13
or a G or a
yes. G. Yes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there could be a Q in there.
Or NJ12 or like
G13 classified.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah, that's
I don't know what y'all are talking about.
Yes,
well,
you do.
in the military, even in the civil service, it's the same thing. Or any federal employee, like my ex-husband had a grade. That's what they call it, grades. And my stepmother had a grade, and my father. It's like it's wherever you are, and that's how you're paid. That's how you're. They give you incentives to reach up higher and get to that point.
Yep.
The officers club is pretty darn nice, but
Right.
Yeah, different grades and stuff. Different levels within the structure itself. Yeah.
Yes.
Like I
Just
said, Bonnie, it's above my pay grade.
Right. That's above my pay grade. That's what's up.
Mhm.
It was a funny movie.
And I'm glad we don't know that information.
There are some things that we don't want to know. And
Yeah, really.
I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Yeah, if you knew some of the crap that would be probably dangerous for you.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Shit.
Facts. And
Yeah.
and when you are someone that knows, you never say that you do.
Correct.
So
No,
Right.
I
you're
would
not
never
gonna say
say
you
that
know.
I know anything because I know better. Does that make sense?
No,
If you
totally.
ever questioned, you're just a nobody from wherever.
Right.
Think
And
about yes.
what are they talking about?
Well, Bonnie, think about this. Think about the YouTubers that just happen to be right about something. You know, they may have stumbled on
Accidentally.
the on the right track, and now they're no longer with us. You
Yes.
know,
Yes.
or maybe
That's
they were involved in a certain 3-letter organization, but mysteriously they're no longer with us. You know
Yeah.
Yes.
what I'm saying?
But are
And
they
you do-
really no longer with us though?
That's a
and
good
then
question. You're right. When they're a
and then I
3-letter
question.
organization, they could still be with us and
Exactly.
not with us. You're
Yep.
right.
Yes. And
Probably
then I
went to the
question,
island.
is it for their protection or ours? You
Uh,
know?
or are they
Oh,
paid
definitely for
off?
theirs.
It's part of the psyop or pay off. You go live here. You'll be set for life.
Yep.
Take
Yeah.
the deal. So many people will just sell you out, sell out humanity.
Watt's
To
right. It's for their protection every time. It's
Absolutely. Them and their family. Which that's what we're all trying to keep our family protected. So how
well,
far would
and
we go?
yeah, but
Ultimately, yeah. I mean,
you
I
got to
would
think
think that
about
about most people
humanity.
here.
Yeah, but you got to think about humanity as well.
right.
Will you
Exactly.
save your family to sell out humanity? You
Maybe.
know?
Thank you, Craig. Thank
Oh,
you so much for saying that.
yeah. Just saying, you know. That's
You
D,
know how
good
many
evening,
times
D.
I mentioned humanity and it's like I'm the devil because I mentioned humanity, which is what we're taught in
oh, don't wait,
throughout.
Bonnie. Don't try to get yourself out of a wormhole. We're still gonna think you're
I don't care. Hold me over
we're
the
still gonna
coals.
think
I
you're the
can
devil.
handle it. But I'm just saying, I'm just
no,
saying
no, you're
that
right. You're right.
throughout the Bible, what is the greatest of all?
Love.
Yeah.
Thank
You
you.
know what?
And
And
that's what people are lacking.
and sometimes you gotta lay down your life and your family's life because this world is so short and temporary, and
Yes,
people don't realize it.
absolutely.
It's
We
unreal.
don't have a shortage of love for oneself because people are very selfish and inner focused. It's the love of money that's the
Yes,
root of quite a bit of evil. It's the love of idolization. You go back to those 10 commandments or 7 deadly sins. It's love of something. It's not pure love. You can say, I love sandwiches, but if you eat 17 sandwiches a day, you will die from it. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
there,
it's
again,
an excess of
It could be
anything.
anything. And look, it was
Yes,
hunting. It was hunting for me. I was so hunting was my false idol. I was always that's everything. It was my be all, everything, screw work. I'm going hunting, whatever, and it can be anything that
fishing.
takes away from your higher power that you worship.
Yes,
So
anything that turns you from God, and
correct.
that's where a lot of the arguments start, though, because
Yeah.
people in general will listen to things and think, nope, this is the end all be all. This is how it is. And I'm like, I just don't accept that. I do not, I don't think we're doomed. I don't think that that this is the end. And I think personally that, everyone keeps saying God's going to save
Doc
us.
P, good to see
Um,
you.
it's, 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 This has all been planned. This is what the Bible says. This is how it's supposed to be. I believe that the evil ones can manipulate the Bible and make it look like the end times. Yes. But at
Mhm.
the same
Correct.
time, I'm thinking that this is we are in the biggest test of our life right now, and it is within us how we are reacting, how we are responding, how we are letting our emotions get to us with anything that's going on, whether it's something from the government, something from even locally. If you see corruption locally, how are you handling it? How are you letting it affect you? Can you walk in there calmly, collected, and speak to them and tell them you're full of poo and you're not doing the right thing? Or do you go in there mad and angry and
Breakdancing. Ever see that guy who was
I'd like to
breakdancing?
see
no, and
the
project
beat of the
that?
pump.
Because if you project anger at me, you're going to get anger back. So that's pretty much the way everyone is. So,
You're right. You're like a mirror. You're correct.
yes. And so you have to really get your spirit. I would not be sitting right here where I'm at right now if it was not for prayer. I can guarantee you that because last night I was praying like crazy. And when my daughter told me where we were, when I woke up, I thanked him first because I know it's him.
Yep. Amen. And
I
yeah,
think
Bonnie, maybe we can change, you know? Because,
And that it's going to
well,
take,
here's the scary thing, Bonnie. Let me
and
tell
we
you this.
got to come together, Craig,
All right.
and not as a YouTube community, not as a people. The people have to come together. We have to find a common ground.
I think a lot of them are going to burn in hell, Bonnie. It's crazy. Look at the world today. All right.
Well,
Wait, Bonnie, let me tell you this.
I'm not that judge.
Our Lady of our Most Holy Mother has appeared several times. Fatima, most recently, Medjugorje. And the message she gave was, these are the worst time. This generation is the worst generation since Noah. All right. Remember when Noah happened? What happened? It was a great flood. All right. He said he would never flood the world again. That was a promise. He said the rainbow, that was his
Yes.
promise symbol. The gays took it and fucked it all up for that. Sorry for the cursing. Don't worry, I'm gonna confess that on Wednesday when I go to
But
confession.
if you look at that rainbow, it's not the same. They
No,
cannot
it's not the same. They
duplicate
perverted it. No, they
the
perverted it.
rainbow.
But when he comes again, when he judges again, it'll be by fire, which is even scary. Now think about all the shit we got now, nuclear, all this shit, like that's a scary thing,
Well,
so if we don't change our ways, yeah, we might see it,
we won't have to worry about hell because we'll be living it.
well, and if you're close to God, you won't have to, like, it goes back to Psalm 91. Think about
And
that.
there will
You'll
be
watch
people,
you'll watch the judgment of the wicked, but
and
nothing
there
will
will,
harm you. You know what I'm saying,
yes,
Bonnie? You'll be
yes,
protected. So
but there will be also be people grabbing the hands of those that are fallen and helping them up. That is our job. Where
is that though? Is that in scripture?
Revelation. It is
Okay,
in
good.
Revelation.
No, good. No, I'm glad you quoted that. That's good.
I think it's in Revelation.
Well, and I always take that as the purgatory thing. That's why I'm always praying up. You know what I'm saying? But
Yes.
maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
Let me see. I got to find it now. You've made me question myself. But I know that it says that there will be
What's the question?
I forgot already.
scripture about pulling people up out of the
Yeah,
fire.
pulling people up. Come on, y'all get in here. Sorry, I'm walking the dogs.
I thought they were already helping somebody.
I hope so. Hopefully, we can help them find ourselves along the way.
Oh, dude, and that's the other thing. I am more flawed than anybody. Like daily, I have to. Dude, I've cussed so many times. I think I'm over 7 already. And I just went to confession on Wednesday. Like I'm like, and these are all flaws. No matter
Get you a
bigger,
cuss jar.
big or
His swear
small.
jar is rich.
Start throwing a $5 bill in there each time.
Yeah.
Gosh, yeah. But it's everything: anger, jealousy of someone, like they're doing good or whatever. You just
Yeah.
could be anything. Lust.
Right.
Watt knows about that. You see a pretty lady on the. I mean, it's good to admire a pretty woman, but
We
you don't
all
want to
fall
have
weak in
bad.
different ways.
Yeah.
Correct. We do. And I think that we beat ourselves up more than our ultimate judge will. Does
You're
that make
probably
sense?
right. No, you're
Like
right
we
about that.
fuck with ourselves more than any other spiritual, because as far as I understand it, there's pretty much ultimate forgiveness. Other than so in some ideas it's murder, in some ideas it's denying God is the ultimate sin, right? And it,
Correct.
but in between, I think we damn ourselves more in between, which is kind of the trick. That's the fucked up thing. And kind of like circling back, Saki, to like 2 minutes ago with what you and Bonnie were talking about, we are our own worst enemies in some of these interpretations, is my reply,
Oh no, you're right, dude. Think about
it's your
Virginia.
own attitude about something that happens. It's not what happens to you, it's how you react to it. How much
Yes.
power do you give it?
And
Yes.
Virginia, so many people think they've sinned when they haven't even sinned.
Right?
That Exorcist guy, the bald-headed guy, he was on Sean Ryan. He's a
Yeah,
Catholic
I've seen that.
priest.
Yes.
But he mentioned it. He said that people will be thinking that they have sinned in some way when they really haven't. You should know when you've sinned because it's like horrible. It's on your heart. It's on your, it's
I think to achieve a level of higher consciousness or higher whatever it may be, to achieve consciousness, you have to have a conscience. I think that could be maybe a huge determining factor. Just the acknowledgement that wrong was done, no matter what level or scrutiny we put it through.
yeah.
Right. So this says.
Okay, so Watt brings up an interesting point. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No. Go ahead. Before you forget.
No, go ahead.
About consciousness. But yeah, before I forget, NPCs around us, like people without a consciousness, is way more common than I thought before. And so when Watt just said, like, people with the consciousness or whatever, it's staggering if we allow it to sink in how many people do not have that inner monologue or consciousness. That's fucking scarier than anything else. If the devil is ruling this world, I'm less scared of that than how many people have no consciousness.
Yes.
You're right. And think about, wait. Now, Virginia, you bring up a great point. When in my younger years, I think I had less of a consciousness, to be honest with you. I really think I grew into it more, or I got away from it and came back to it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's a better
Prodigal son.
Yeah, it's more of a prodigal son thing,
Wisdom.
Like, yeah, you know what's right from wrong when you're a kid, and then you go and do bad, and you almost don't have a conscience about it because you're enjoying it so much, I guess.
You just don't have the knowledge or understanding of it, as we do it. Hopefully, as we do as adults through the trials and tribulations, we learn something from it. Even the worst situation it was, we learned ultimately, hopefully, not to do it again, maybe. You know,
Yep. No, you're
some of
right.
that's lost as a kid. You know, at some point, as a young man or even as a young woman, I mean, you thought you were invincible. You thought you knew everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
And dude, why? That's the other thing. I find that out now. Like I'm like, gosh, my elders were right. You know,
Right?
they would
Yeah,
tell
that
you this
cycle
stuff.
continues. Yeah.
Every
Yeah.
time they were right.
And
We
you're like,
become in my day, you know, eventually we become the people in my day, you know. Back in
yeah,
the 1900s,
but I would
you
always
wouldn't have
say,
pulled that shit. You know,
like,
that shit
oh,
wouldn't have applied.
dad's advice is great 30 years ago. But no, he was right. It's timeless advice, even from your grandparents. But you don't
Yeah.
realize that till you get older. You know?
No, you can hear it, but you can't appreciate it fully because you really don't understand it.
Yes, it's the Watt, but
Until you
that's
keep
why I appreciate you, Watt, because you're young, but you're very old at heart,
Old
and
soul.
yeah,
I
you're an old
appreciate y'all
soul,
more.
and you understand. You really do. It's awesome. You know.
Yeah.
No, I want to understand. That's all I can do is have a want to understand whatever it may be, whatever the truth is, whatever it may be. I don't know. I know some things I'm not meant to understand, some things I probably couldn't handle, and I'm okay with that.
But
But
dude,
everywhere else in between, I'm game.
but what I listen like we want to understand the younger generation. You know, that's like
Yeah,
like
but
literally,
there's
like
gonna
what are they
be
saying? What's this new language that everybody speaks? You know, it's like, we all do it. You know, think about when
It's
we
the
came
same
up.
kind of things that's been happening. I think it's just at a faster pace. Now, instead of like a generational breakdown, it could be like a sub generational breakdown, you know,
Agreed.
Yeah,
different
Mhm.
things, different, you know, whatever it may be.
a lot quicker. Yeah, you're
It's
right.
in the individual. I know
Yeah.
a lot of people who are
Yeah.
75 that are dumb as fuck. And I know a lot of people that are in their 30s that are way wiser than they should be in terms of that measurement, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's person to person. It really
It
age
is.
doesn't matter. You're right. You're right.
Yeah. You can have an old
Okay.
fool and a young fool.
Okay, did Bonnie had a I interrupted Bonnie and I feel bad. I keep
No. You're
No,
fine.
don't feel bad for interrupting that devil's advocate, Bonnie.
So it's not giving me the scripture that I'm most positive I've read
Yeah, keep
several
on
times.
searching. Keep
It's
But
on
okay. What did she
searching, honey.
Craig, but listen,
I'm just kidding. I love you.
Jesus indicates in Matthew 12 that taking action to rescue someone or something from a pit is a necessary duty, even on the Sabbath.
Okay, and see, I take that as a purgatory pray out. That's what I don't know. You know, everybody has or maybe that's saving a lost soul that's
right.
live with us.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Even if, because we know people can change. Look how many people come out of prison with
Oh,
God.
I mean, dude, that's when, and Bonnie, what do they always say? Come as a child. Like you
Yeah,
almost have to be beaten down and
yeah,
you have to surrender. It's a
The meek
surrender.
yes,
will inherit the earth, am I right?
Wait, say again?
The meek shall inherit the earth.
Yes, that's the other
yes,
thing. So the weak,
The
you
meek,
know,
not
or
the
the,
weak,
me.
well,
meek
they say the meek, but
with an N.
I take it as weak,
No, I don't
No,
see it as weak
no,
because I think
but
No.
not weak, but they were the
children are
suffering.
meek. Children are meek, that yet they are more spiritually
the
connected
ones
to
that are
adults.
innocent, the ones that are, um, they're, they're, oh
You
gosh,
could have a clean spirit, but it doesn't mean you're a weak spirit. You could still
But
be a very powerful spirit, you know?
well, you can be
yes,
if you've
I don't
suffered,
know if
you can
maybe
be weak.
clean is the right word, but, you know.
Yeah, but you can be weakened by suffering. You know, we
Oh,
know
yeah, yeah.
that.
Things
Yeah.
can definitely weaken us. They can enhance us or weaken us for sure.
Yeah, but
But
again, the weakening is a weariness, and we should not fall to weariness, being weak and
no,
weary. per se.
Yeah.
Okay, it's the meek,
is-
the innocent, like Doc P. Yes, the innocent, the
Yes.
meek will inherit the earth. That doesn't mean they're weak. It means
Yeah.
they
They
are
can be
meek, they
poor,
are
they can
humble.
be, yes, they can be poor, they can be not educated, they can be whatever. It's the ones that,
Innocent.
because they're not boastful, they're not prideful, they're not living on ego, they're not,
Yes.
all the
That's
things
the
that
hardest.
the deadly sins.
Yeah.
Even
No,
people
that's
from
it.
Alabama.
Yeah. Probably,
I don't know.
probably from
Yeah,
Mississippi.
we don't know.
Well, I like to think so. I
It
like
might
to
be
think so.
really general. Yeah.
But think about how
Sorry.
hard that is. You know, think about how hard that is. I can tell
Yes.
you one thing: I'm selfish as hell. I am selfish. I think we all are. You always worry about yourself. I mean, you go to the doctor, you go to the dentist, you make sure you know what I'm saying? You're always worrying about yourself.
Well,
And I think
self care doesn't have to mean you're selfish. You want to be the best version of yourself possible. Whatever that may take or be.
You go on an airplane, and when they give you instructions on the oxygen mask, the first rule is don't talk about Fight Club. The next rule, you
Yeah.
put your own mask on first. Don't try helping anyone else until you put your own oxygen mask on first. Right?
You
Virginia,
can't help anybody till you help yourself.
Virginia, I'm on
Exactly.
so many Valiums and alcohol by that point. I don't even understand what they're saying.
It happens.
Right. But you know damn well you're going to make sure that you have that mask on, even if you have a straw to the little airplane shooter, that's fine. But put your own
Little
mask
silly
on
straw.
first before you try to help other people. Because if you're the asshole passed out, you can't help anyone else.
You're right. So, yes.
God help those who help themselves. Thank you, Doc P.
So
Dude, I love
selfishness
it.
actually is encouraged on airlines,
Yeah.
And Craig, I can understand that totally, because I told my daughter, I said, I really wish I could fly. And she said, well, they got things for that. And I said, I know. Somebody's going to have to wheel me through the airports
Oh,
because
no.
I'm going to be just, bleh.
Wait,
You
let
know
me tell
what?
you.
When you go buy a ticket, you can click a little box on the internet that says, I need a wheelchair. Then you go in there, you get checked in through the security line,
Yes,
and
faster.
you pound a Valium and 2 beers. It doesn't matter. They're going to bring you a wheelchair, and you won't care about that flight. You'll
Yes.
be fine. You'll get to where you got to be in like 3 hours. You'll be good.
And Bonnie,
You'll be
when
like,
you get
whoa,
to your
this was amazing.
Bonnie, when you get to your next stop, they have a little cart picks you up and they seatbelt you in,
Yep.
and you're like hanging off the side.
They roll you in on the luggage compartment, roll it
Yes.
on.
And you're going, wee,
Yep.
wee.
Hey, there's my Bonnie coming. Look at there. There she is. She's
No,
still all
Bonnie,
tucked in nice and neat.
Go.
definitely fly.
Well,
But take
I can tell you.
Xanax. Do Xanax and get it from your doctor.
Yep.
And
2
also
Xannies
have,
and a shot of whiskey. You ain't
yeah,
giving a fuck. You're
yes,
like,
get the
Well,
wine.
Daddy.
Oh no, the dosage is increasing.
Wait,
Oh,
but Bonnie,
it's getting more hard.
Bonnie, I only fly first class. I pay up. I fly first class that way, or business, because you get a bigger seat. You get wine.
There you go.
You get peanuts. Or it's like a
Oh, a
warmed.
warm towel.
It's
When
like
you fly
warmed
first class, they
nuts.
bring you a warm
Moist
rolled up towel.
towelettes, yeah, all that good
And if
stuff.
you go to California, if you have to go to
Yes.
California, they give you a meal. I mean,
Yes.
it's wonderful. Oh yeah.
well, I just knew that right now is probably not a good time to fly. In fact,
No, it's a great time to fly. No, it
no,
really is.
no, the airports are backed up. There was
Doesn't
one of
matter.
my friends,
No.
I was talking to them, and they said that the airlines, there's a long wait. And
TSA
also,
was striking. Yeah, TSA had a strike.
TSA, a lot of
okay,
quit or or they were
Yeah.
striking. Yep.
That's what it
it
was.
also with Y'all saw 9/11, whether it was whatever it was. I don't.
Our
It
government.
doesn't matter.
We have planes.
We all
That's
keep
what they say.
thinking
Remember
there's going to
that?
be some sort of an event. So yeah,
Jewish
Girl,
guy.
you
It was a
know
Jewish
it's
guy.
true.
Was
Ooh,
it?
ooh, I love you.
Yeah.
good idea,
Oh,
right?
Bonnie, when you go to the airport, they have all these delicious food items. I
Yeah.
got steak and shake burger when I was there. I mean, it's amazing, you know.
Well, Craig, I guess you don't know me very well.
No, I fell for it, Bonnie. I fell into the commercial.
You fell for the hype.
I fell for it, Bonnie. I fell hook, line, and sinker, and I loved it.
I fly pretty often and I'm scared shitless every time.
Oh,
But
same here.
I just remind myself fear lets the terrorists win. Fear
Yeah.
is terror. So
Oh.
if I want to go somewhere, go to the East Coast, go overseas, whatever, it fucking sucks. In my head, I think about it when I'm sitting in the airplane seat and I look at my feet and I'm like, below my feet is like 5 miles of death. And then I ask for another whiskey and it's fine. And I get
That's
a
it.
ginger ale with it. A ginger ale, that'll help.
You know what I do? I do the same thing, but I also just say, you know what? When it's your time, it's your time.
Yeah.
You could be sitting on the toilet and an aneurysm
Yeah.
takes you out. It doesn't matter.
You could always
never
pull
know.
an Elvis.
Very true.
Yeah.
I mean, and I've been living in fear of death forever. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of
Right.
living in fear of death.
Okay,
Well-
but Craig, be honest. If you sit on a plane and you look over your shoulder and someone with a towel on his head is right behind you, are you a little more nervous?
Oh, dude, I'm totally watching that dude like you've never. I'm
Just
also
be careful.
smelling.
Sometimes when I fly with a
Listen,
towel on my head, so just be careful.
I'm not only watching them. I'm smelling the curry scent
Yeah.
comes off them because if you
The
know Middle
food.
Eastern people, they have a scent.
Yeah,
that
they're
comes
pepper.
with them.
They smell like pepper and dust.
It's a curry. Yes.
It's
yes.
a thing.
I'm sorry, what?
Right.
Bring this up.
What are they wearing? Pepper spray cologne? You know, cologne de pepper.
Dude, it's like a curry. It's the weirdest
It is
shit ever.
curry. It's
Yeah.
like turmeric, black pepper, curry powder, and dust.
But that's how, that's
Right,
how
now I'm kind of hungry
Vietnamese.
again.
That's how Vietnamese could smell us. They could
Right.
smell us because of our diet.
But still, Dee, you're right. Fear is not of God. If it's, you know what I'm saying? And so I get it. I get the fear of flying. I hate it, but I still do it.
Yeah.
And I have family
Correct.
members who do it. And it's like, you got to go with the statistics.
Dude,
Statistically, I'm more likely to die going on I-5 than in the sky. And
Correct.
I go on I-5
Yeah.
way more than in the sky. You know, like you.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen
really
somewhere. It just happened to be there.
Pretty much.
Man. First thing we saw this morning was a garbage truck rolled over. I was,
Yeah.
well, this is a great start to the trip.
Yeah.
It's always a good omen.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it means you just ain't gonna take no crap during the trip. You know.
Right.
Right.
But y'all, there is a cologne that they smell like pepper. Have y'all noticed that? Like, I don't know what it is, but there's some people, and they're
Thought it
not,
was Old Spice.
Pepper
they're
Le
not
Pew.
foreign or anything, but it's got that pepper smell.
Really?
It's
I wonder
their
if-
food.
I just use A1 steak sauce.
Oh, I love that.
Put a little
You
behind
rub
your
it on
ear.
No, Virginia. That's why Virginia.
Well,
That's what I was
man.
counting on. I was counting on
A
you
little
loving
behind
that.
your knees and behind your ears.
You'll be
That's me.
licking all that A1 off of my neck.
Mile
There you
high
go.
club.
Oh, yeah. I brought 2 bottles with me on this trip.
Did you really?
I A1
bottles of
everything.
what?
Are
Craig.
you, Bonnie? I just brought that up out of nowhere. I didn't realize
Yes,
you actually
I'm an
A1 everything.
A1. I'm an
Oh,
A1
dang.
junkie.
Oh,
Yes.
Bonnie, you would love my neck.
Bologna
Dude.
A1.
I always knew Craig rolled in the meat. I knew it.
Oh, dude, I used to sell meat. I was
There
a
you
meat
go.
boy.
You've had the meat
No,
sweat.
that's no joke. I used to sell meat to all the restaurants. I worked for a meat purveyor, and that was my job. I went
Cool.
around to all the so I like.
See that?
You ever heard of John Besh?
A purveyor of meats is all I heard.
I was a. Oh, can you hear me? Hello, hello. I'm a purveyor of meats.
Huh. Connoisseur.
No, I really
So-
did. I worked for a meat packer, and we
Oh.
sold
Master
fine,
Packer.
yes,
Right.
fine meats to restaurants in New Orleans.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, like all the famous chefs, Chef Paul Prudhomme, I used to go see him. Chef Chris at La Provence, John Besh.
Did you
Like-
ever get some Emerald Lagasse?
Oh yeah, no, we used to sell them.
Yes.
Dude, we sold them like literally $60,000 worth of meat a month.
I love that.
Nice.
I
That is
know
no
all the
shit.
stuff you just mentioned. Emerald and the other dude. I think he's dead actually.
Yes,
Um,
Paul Prudhomme died.
More
Yeah, I
than
like
one.
them.
No, another one is dead too. I'm a food bitch. I watch food videos. That's my porn is food videos. So
Yep.
I'm with you, Craig. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that's all New Orleans is built on. So that was
Yep.
like a big thing here. So
Nice.
you know,
Yeah,
Yeah.
once we get parked for a couple of days, the first thing I'm looking for is a good butcher to
Yep.
buy some meat. I will not buy Walmart or any other place
No,
meat.
don't be doing it.
Mm-mm.
dude, IGA Groceries has actually been pretty good. I don't know if y'all have International
Do they
Grocery
still have
Association.
IGAs?
Yeah, they got them here. So,
I remember IGAs in San Diego when I lived there.
but they've actually got good meat for a good price.
I
We used
always
to have
call-
IGAs. I think they changed over. Somebody different owns them now.
I
Yeah.
hope they
They're no
change.
longer IGA.
I always called them IGAs.
Yeah. Why not?
I'd always be like, "Are we going to IGAs?" And I always felt weird about that. Like, why would they call a store IGAs?
I know. It's like Aldi's. Why would they call it Aldi?
All these, yeah. Why you
We
need
used
all-
to have an IGA and there was a butcher in the back. And I worked there. But
And dude, you know what? I refuse to go to Aldi too.
Yeah.
Screw you, German sons of gun. It's got Nazi written all over it. I see it now. They want you to bring your own bags. It's like control. They try to control you from the get go. I'm not
I go there for
falling
some
for it.
things. I don't go there for all
What?
things, but
Do
I go there
not
for some
go
things.
there. What? Do not go there.
sometimes, hey, guess what I do? Sometimes I'll leave my quarter in the thing just for somebody else. You know, I'll
Why?
do that.
You see, you've fallen. You already fell into the trap.
Yep.
it's all good. I was shopping China today in Ollie's, not
Mm. Bonnie, you went there too?
not the
Dude, I
not
gotta
the
go. I can't believe I'm hanging out with you sons
I
of
know, man.
bitches.
It's gonna it's gonna make
I
you rep.
am-
It's gonna ruin the rep.
I am disgusted. Sons of I went to
I
Winn
love
Dixie. I went to
Great
Winn
boys.
Dixie.
Oh, Winn Dixie is winning.
Hey, y'all still got to win Dixie?
Oh, dude, we're still winning down here in Dixie. Watt. I don't know how
Yeah, they
Georgia's
took our
doing.
win Dixie away. We lost it, man. We
Georgia,
lost our accreditation with the
Georgia's
Win Dixie
lost.
board.
Watt, come to Louisiana, please. All right,
Hey, they're bringing Piggly Wiggly back though. How about that? We get
dude.
the pig back.
Actually, my cousin owns a Piggly Wiggly in
Well, I
Tennessee.
appreciate your cousin for distributing
Thank
it back to Georgia.
Well, he's in Tennessee. You're gonna have to go to Tennessee.
Well,
if
I
you
don't
wanna go
appreciate
there.
that fact, but I appreciate the fact they brought the Piggly Wiggly back.
Well, I'm sure he's part of the meetings.
Porky.
We'll talk about it. I'll have his people email his people.
Jerry's
We-
coming to see you. He
Who?
said going there tomorrow.
Where?
There you go.
Tomorrow, Jerry.
He's going to the Piggly Wiggly.
Well, there you go. Well, they got him
Maybe.
here too. We got Piggly Wiggly as well.
There you go.
All of our
See,
well, around me closed. I don't
I
know
want-
if All
Where's
the country.
Stuckey's? I want more Stuckey's. You remember every time you went on a road trip?
The candy place Stuckey's.
Yeah, it
There's
was like
one
they
here.
had everything.
Well,
It
it's
had
not
like,
here in my city, but it's about, I don't know, about 35 minutes south of me. There's a Stuckey's factory, and you can still
well,
go in there and watch them make it, and you can buy different stuff.
I wouldn't say
Buc-ee's
candy.
makes it-
They had a Stuckey's. It was like a store of everything, Watt. So they had like
Oh, that might be a
novel.
different Stuckey's. I'm thinking
Yeah.
of the Stuckey's, like the pecan logs and that type of Stuckey's.
Well, I wonder if that's
Buc-ee's
related. Shit.
Buc-ee's took over Stuckey's.
Oh no,
Watt,
Bucky's can't take over Stuckey's.
that could be the same company. They just said,
Mhm.
screw all these roadside shops. Let's just sell candy.
I don't know
Well,
if
they
they're
got in.
affiliated or not, but I have heard other people say that it was once like a store like you were talking about. If it was the same thing or if it may be separate, I don't know.
Dude, I think you're right, Watt, because I think their main thing was candy.
It's
Come to think about it.
on.
And that makes sense why I would love that store so much as a little fat kid.
Yeah, I forget it's yeah, it's about 35 minutes south of me. It's in near Sandersville, Georgia.
No shit. Damn, that's cool.
Yep.
So
I hadn't been
Stuck-
down there in years, but I remember going there as a kid.
By the way, I love your videos from the flea markets and going out. I love it. Great.
It's what I
great
see,
stuff.
you know.
No,
No
it's good.
smoke and mirrors. It's
That's all I use.
randomness.
All I use is smoke and mirrors. What?
I think I'm going to get more smoke and mirrors, you know. I'm incorporating more smoke, less mirrors.
It's way easier than walking
All
around.
right,
a
I'll
flea
do it.
market.
I'll try it.
Yeah.
I got to get my daughter to send me the pictures. We did stop at a little pub. I took a picture of the bar, and they had a really cool painting that took up half a wall.
That's cool.
You get your green beer.
Oh, that's what
Yeah.
you're going to see a lot of, Bonnie. Folk art, like some of the best artwork around.
Oh
Mhm.
yeah,
You're going to see it in
it's
Mississippi.
art for no
sure.
reason, but it's beautiful. That's like here in the city, they commissioned all the local artists, and I think they paid them. Yeah, they paid them a certain fee to like the I don't know what you call them, not the green boxes for transformers for like your house, but like in the intersection, you know those communication boxes. They commission different artists. So there's different parts of the city that if anybody ever comes to Augusta, there's different ones. They have paintings on them, you know, of different things. Each artist, they could pick their own theme of what they wanted to paint on it.
That's cool. That's
cool.
kind of like what they do here. They do like pelican statues, and everybody paints the pelican statue different.
Oh, for the New Orleans Pelicans.
But I think every town has that, like a bull or something, whatever represents
Longhorn.
their.
Yeah.
Like Bonnie's town probably has like an armadillo or some shit.
Yeah.
Like
Or a longhorn.
Longhorn. Yeah.
They battle it out for animal supremacy.
Yep.
Oh, I heard Banksy was revealed. The artist Banksy. But I haven't looked into it, Watt, so I don't know who he is. But they said that they know the identity of the artist known as Banksy.
I don't know what that means, but I like it.
Banksy was the artist that did all those
My
shock art throughout the city. He would do the
Oh, okay, yeah, like the random art that was popping up.
yes, there's just
Okay,
popping
yeah.
up. Yeah.
Huh. Yeah. I don't know. We got a lot of different. I guess every town or every city's got its history, but we got a lot of different murals and stuff about the city or different things like that.
the front door left.
Oh, dude, Augusta has a huge history.
Oh yeah.
And dude, think about it. That's the beginning of America. You probably have a lot of haunted shit around you.
Oh yeah. Yeah. One of the biggest attractions. Well, I ain't gonna say the biggest, but I guess if you knew about it, or the fact that it was local and you knew about it, gave it more lore. But there was an intersection downtown on Broad Street, and they called it the Haunted Pillar. And it was a pillar that stood probably, I don't know, about 9, 10 foot tall. Just this old pillar of remnants. Back in the day, I forget when it was. It may be in the 1600s. I think it was. I don't want to give them a bad rap. They might have been Mormon. I don't know. But it was this pastor came through, and he wanted to have dealings in some sort with the city. And at this particular location, it used to be a big outdoor market where a lot of different dealings and stuff was had. A common place. And make a long story short, something. No, they told him to get out of the city of Augusta. And he said, "All right, I'll leave, but when I leave here, just know that I'm gonna leave a curse on this city." And he said, "By so and so date, by so and so time, there will be a fire." And he said, "This here will be no more. You will be no more." Something to that effect.
Oh,
And shoot, he rode out of town. They thought he was a madman. But nope, sure enough,
the Great
history be
Fire.
told, so many times and so many years later, when he said there was a fire and it destroyed that whole location. And the only thing that was left was this pillar, and they called it the Haunted Pillar. And um, there's been a lot of times people tried to do stuff to it, different things, tried to vandalize it, tried to take a piece of it. And there's been a lot of stories that bad things or people met unfortunate circumstances behind that haunted pillar.
Wow. All right. So what does it look like? Does it look like a monument pillar? Like
Well, unfortunately, that haunted pillar is no longer there. The only thing that remains of that haunted pillar is just a square piece. It was probably about 6 years ago. There was this man. There was this real bad wreck on Broad Street, and it just completely demolished that whole course.
dude,
And that pillar
that guy
finally.
is fucked.
No, I mean, no joke.
I
That
hope not.
person's literally no longer here. I mean, it's news stories and everything from local medias and stuff that can back all this up. But yeah, it was a bad wreck, and the haunted pillar got knocked down. Um,
Whoa.
and there was a lot of speculation what happened to it and stuff like that. But I think ultimately it probably just went to the Augusta Museum or somewhere like that. I don't know. But
The
yeah,
remnants. Yeah. Wow.
there was so much lore and so much like just spookiness about that pillar and the history. I don't know. I'll find some different articles and I'll post it in my community tab of different stuff about the haunted pillar. But yeah,
But
but
do
there's a
you
lot
think
of different
the
spots more than that.
Dude,
Yeah, I
that's
was going to say,
what.
do you think it was the pillar or the spot? Do you think it was the placement of the monument or
Well,
pillar, or it was
I
the
think it was
actual
I think the fact that that piece, that column, was the last remnants of the old square market that used to be right there on the Savannah River. You
What?
know, the history and dealings and whatever. I said the guy was Mormon. I don't know his religion. I'm just using that as an example, so don't send me too much hate mail. But yeah, he said the curse and everything like that, and sure enough, boom, there was the Great Fire in downtown Augusta. There was
What?
several, but that was the first one.
Huh.
You just found your calling. You need to make your YouTube channel about all this history in your town in Augusta, like and around that area.
Oh, it's
It
too
would be
much. I don't think they can handle it.
no,
Well, you
dude.
kind of
What?
do that though. You show like historic
Do more. No, what? You got to
places
do
and
more of that. Screw all of us. Drop
yeah.
all. We're all a bad. We're like a tumor. What? Get rid of all of us. Don't let any of it and do your thing. That is amazing. Yes. Well,
Right, like a research into the history of. Oh, come on. Oh,
I'm just taking Craig's advice.
what happened? What had just happened? Oh, you scared me. I was like, oh shit, we're all getting
did I
locked
leave?
off.
Am I
No,
here?
this is just me figuring out the
Hello?
panel verse. No, you said get rid of everybody. I was just seeing how that felt.
Oh, get rid of I love that. I
Oh
love
man, never mind. That kind of made me dizzy. Oh yeah, let's not do that again.
Okay, but the idea being that you do a history of your area, like a a deep dive, I kind of feel what you're saying, Craig, because there's a few channels I watch and they go into previous cityscapes, and where it kind of looks like there have been multiple resets, whether it's mud floods or why are there buildings or places with a lot of energy or a lot of like weird architecture that looks way older than it should be, right?
Yeah.
So, and Georgia would be a solid place to do that. When we got colonized or started colonizing here, it was England, Spain, France, Portugal, Germany. You can see the architectural and spiritual roots already.
Yes, that's why my goal is
That's why
that's where it all
Oglethorpe
started.
presented Georgia as like a crown jewel. That's why Georgia was ultimately named Georgia after King George during those times. James Oglethorpe, when he
And
came
then
to the Savannah area and traveled up through Augusta, allegedly.
cool. Uh-oh, Craig lost
You know,
sound.
I mean, it wasn't the first of happenings, and it won't be the last of happenings in many places. You know, there's a lot of gaps and voids in what they present as history. You know.
Yes.
And why places are named after places. Like, why do we have so many places in Memphis in the U.S. when Memphis is a part of Egypt?
Yeah, it
Craig,
is. It's on the Nile.
figure it out, Craig. Come on.
And
Or like, you know, Virginia is named after the Virgin Queen Elizabeth
Yeah.
I. Raleigh, North Carolina is Raleigh, Sir Walter Raleigh, one of her pirate sailors. Charlotte, North Carolina, is Queen Charlotte. Fucking Maryland, Queen Mary.
A
You know,
lot
like
were dedicated to people who might have financed it or people of those, you know, financiers.
oh, Craig, damn it, Craig, figure it out.
Yeah,
But yeah,
good point, Doc P.
the
Oh,
people-
dang, we lost Craig. But yeah, we got a Rome, Georgia, and a Athens, Georgia.
exactly.
did you know there's a Philadelphia, Mississippi?
Yes, ma'am.
I can believe
There's
it.
actually a couple of Philadelphias in the U.S. Philadelphia, Memphis. Like, there's a few cities that look like the old world, and we see this now with the Grand Canyon. You find Native American carvings, like, you know, based on their culture, etc. But you also find Egyptian ones. And it's like, okay, well, who got here when, really? You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Dude, what? I just got caught up in a crazy YouTube time warp.
Welcome to my life.
Dude, I don't know what I said.
This is my mind. You're interfacing with my mind right now. How does that feel?
Welcome to purgatory.
Dude, I said
Welcome to
something.
Watts World.
Good grief. Wait, let me fix my
We've been
camera.
waiting for you. It's nice
Shit.
here.
Well, it really
Dude,
is. On a
I don't even know
serious
what I said. God, go ahead.
We
Sorry.
don't either. We have no idea because you pulled out. Once you pull out, we don't know what you were thinking.
No. I
It
said
happens like that
something
all
in
the time,
YouTube.
doesn't it?
Look, it just did it to Bonnie.
That's what
Look,
I'm saying.
It
There
just
went
got Bonnie.
Oh
Bonnie
Shit.
just
man.
got.
Oh,
The
she got
machine
yeah.
on.
Dude,
Dang.
what? You are under YouTube attack for being too truthful.
Well, I don't know.
I ain't
For whatever
shitting you,
that's
dude.
worth.
I am not joking. It is the craziest thing. Yeah.
I've seen that on a couple of channels. I'll be watching lives and my whole computer
Well,
will just bow out. It'll
Yeah.
be gone.
Well, it's safe to say I did call it. I did say it would probably go crazy about episode 9.
Right.
It's usually how the series go, you know.
Plus, it's the 17th.
It is the 17th.
Yeah.
Let's have a moment of silence, everybody.
And Watt's middle name is Quincy, which is Q. And everybody
Is it
knows what that
really?
stands for.
It is.
Watt Quincy Life.
Watt Quincy Life.
WQL. Damn.
They used to call me Big Quince.
Big Quince.
You know that's a big fruit, right?
Oh shit! Bonnie's back from the Matrix.
He's back. Whoa.
Virginia threw
What?
me out with that comment.
Dude, it was the other slice of bread. The slice of bread right next to me threw you out.
Yeah. He went back to the beginning
Wait,
of the
hold on,
load.
I gotta check my blood sugar.
I love sandwiches.
Ah, shit.
Man.
On a serious tip, I have
Okay,
not
that's
been
good.
this balls deep for a
There.
while. And Craig, by the way, like I just want to say, discussing and talking about our different beliefs and whatever, I am not trying to shit on your faith or anyone
Is
else's.
anybody talking?
Here.
Did we all go silent?
Can you hear us?
Hello?
No
Oh,
way. You
Oh.
can't hear us.
Hello?
Oh no.
Bonnie?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Bonnie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Craig. You can't hear us.
Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Bonnie, just
That
tell me what
sucks.
everybody's saying.
There's
Oh,
me,
damn.
you're doomed,
So you
Craig.
can hear Bonnie?
I probably am, Bonnie. Tell them they're
Yes,
probably doomed too.
you're a brat.
Refresh. Like, no way.
Damn it.
You can't hear us?
You can only hear me.
I really can only hear you. This is like being stuck in
Check,
the worst.
check, mic check.
I'm stuck. The only one I can hear is Bonnie, the devil's advocate.
The one that
Yeah.
wants to least hear.
The
is
one
the
I don't want to hear is the only one I hear.
I love it.
Dang.
No, I'm just kidding.
That's probably
I'm just
how it
kidding.
would be, you know?
Okay, wait. He said he was kidding. So can you hear
I'm
us?
kind of
right-
glad I can't hear them. All right, I'm gonna mute.
No way. Man, I want to talk to Craig. Don't you watch?
I don't know what was happening.
He claims he doesn't either, but it's fake news. That is mostly true fake news. He can totally hear us.
Oh my,
Oh, no.
works.
Dang it. This has happened to other people, though, up here where their audio will shut on some people and not others. That's freaking weird.
It is weird.
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't know
Right.
what just happened. Trying to recenter and rebalance, refocus. I don't know.
He could be
Dang it.
BSing, but
Wait, I hear y'all now.
Oh,
No
come on.
shit. No kidding.
You had to go
I
to
could
the
only
toilet.
hear Bonnie, and now I hear all. Dude, what the f?
It's a miracle.
Okay. All right. So circling back, Saki,
All right.
do you think there are things going on outside of the time, like when Bonnie came back in? Wait, now I need to go back on chat because I kind of lost my own thought. Oh,
Oh.
we were talking about Rome, Georgia, Athens, Georgia,
Yeah,
whatever.
there we go.
Okay, so different
Yes.
spots it might be Egypt. Do you think it's possible that the U.S. is actually Israel? Because I've seen this here and there where people are saying, okay, we have evidence. There's Egyptians here. There's hieroglyphs. There's biblical carvings and evidence, right? And going again to my doomsday cult, having been raised Mormon, I don't believe in any of that crap right now. Now, if I go back to the 1820s and look at what Joseph Smith was saying and some of the
He was a liar. He was a liar.
absolutely, he's a total charlatan. That's not my point. What I'm saying is people around the early 1800s, they all had this similar idea that the U.S. was the Holy Land. Okay, that's where I'm going.
All right,
And-
but
I've heard it go the other way too, that we're Babylon.
yeah,
Right.
we're not mentioned. All right, so I was watching that Grace and whatever biblical thing they have on YouTube, and America, United States is not mentioned. It's all Middle East. That's where it
Mhm.
all, so. But
I-
I've
Okay.
heard that too with Virginia. I've heard that a million times. Like, think about the monuments, like the mounds and different shit they found, but more South America. But
Correct. And they
And
Yeah.
try to appropriate those ancient belief systems here.
yes, but the things that they've been showing with the Grand Canyon lately, with the uh, what do they call it?
there's an
The
area, yeah.
the lion. It's not a lion though. It's a what is it?
You can't
It's
go
not
there.
a. It's not a sphinx. It,
Honey, you can't go there.
I know, but they're showing pictures of it. Somebody's
Honey,
seen it.
don't look at those pictures. You can't go there.
Oh, you're talking about like
Yeah, it's like a denied area in the Grand Canyon.
It looks like a giant lion,
There's
but
probably a porthole.
like a
It's probably
sphinx.
porthole.
well, that's what I was saying. Maybe, but
Yes.
it's got the helmet-looking head thing that they wore. I don't know. And then it seems like there's a pyramid down there. There's
Mhm.
just different structures that are similar to what are in Egypt. And but at the same
Virginia.
time, we have pyramids all over the world.
And what about Virginia? What you said, underworld?
Yes.
They all go under.
They are
Why?
cast down. That's what it always
Yes.
says. They're cast down.
Yeah.
So I say that's not good. I
Mhm.
don't know. So,
Well,
I
I
mean, I
have
think even at one time the Bass Pro Shops in Memphis, Tennessee, is shaped like a pyramid. I think at one time they had it listed as one of the top 10 biggest pyramids in the world.
that
Memphis,
was
Tennessee.
yes, that was originally the basketball arena in Memphis. So originally that's what that was for, was the
Of
basketball,
course, an arena.
and then Bass
Yeah.
Pro Shop bought it. Yep.
Have you looked at the one in Memphis, Tennessee? The Bass Pro Shop? It's shaped like a huge pyramid.
No,
It's the
it was the
Yeah, that's what
arena.
we're talking about. Yeah,
Yeah, no, it was
they
Yeah.
had it listed
originally.
as one of the top 10 biggest pyramids in the world at one time.
But
Correct.
actually, the one in the Luxor is bigger. So I saw that one, the one in Memphis, and it was because it was originally the arena for the basketball team, and then they bought it. So, but the Luxor is bigger. And where would the devil want to be? Right there in Las Vegas, baby.
I've been to the Luxor.
You know,
Me
yeah, it's
too.
like connected.
Funny.
It's
funny how Nevada's owned by who? The whole
Mormon?
state. No, the government owns most of Nevada.
Yeah, majority of Nevada is federal land.
You got to look at, okay, so we all shit on Bill Gates, right? Now, because I
Yes.
was raised in the Mormon church in an incredibly doomsday, latter day, that's what LDS means, is latter day saints. From the
Boo.
day I was born, I was taught this is the end days. Augustin Farms, fucking young living essential oils, crumble cookies, all of that is Mormon pyramid scheme industries. So this
Really?
whole shit, people talk about, I woke up 5 years ago. Yeah, no, I was raised in this understanding what the expectation was. And my full circle point is the manipulation of
Mhm.
how people believe, because somebody says, I had some vision. I looked into a top hat filled with mercury and lead and mind control information. And I looked into a black mirror, which would be dark obsidian. I looked into this thing, and the Lord told me from the Pleiades star system that we were in the end days for the following reasons. Now give me 10% of your money pre-tax gross income, please, and that'll save your soul, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
this
But you-
this conditioning of the mind has occurred in these similar type of cults for a very long time. So where are we? When is the end? Like I was born
Good to
told,
see you, Golden Sir.
conditioned it was the end. That's why Mormons own all the prepper companies, all the fucking food, Augustin Farms, the just think about it, dude. It goes back to LDS. So full circle Saki, as far as farmland, the Mormon church owns more farmland than Bill Gates.
Yeah.
They're worth $500 billion.
Dude, I love it when Virginia
They
gets all worked up.
own Florida. We always
Let it
look
go.
at
It's happening.
Scientologists
I
or
love it.
whatever. Look at who owns more land in Florida than anywhere else. It's the Mormon fucking church.
Fucking
So that's why
Mormons.
Yes.
when I rail against some of this shit going on, it's because when you are born and raised into a cult, you can recognize
Yeah.
a cult. That's
Yeah.
You
why
see it from the outside in.
that's
Yes.
what I'm saying. So fuck waking
Yeah.
up 5 years ago. I
They
woke
are-
up from believing that.
All right, maybe the guy that put the curse on Augusta was Mormon. Okay, you know, maybe that was subconsciously there. I didn't know you was going to go there, but maybe it was. I'll say that.
But
Dude,
it
why?
does.
We gotta look into that.
It
They are
I
does.
got to dig deeper.
They are the ultimate preppers.
They are.
Oh, by the way, Watto, seriously, you should do a history thing on Augusta.
You
For
should.
sure.
You should.
Well, I'll be doing that this Saturday when I go to the opening of the outdoor market of the season.
And why
Look
get rid of all of
who's
us?
what
We're nothing
spot.
but trouble, especially
No, I
Virginia.
can't do that again. Last time I got dizzy and things went real crazy.
No.
You know what I mean? We just now got Cheryl back in chat.
No. Get rid of Cheryl too. She's nothing but trouble. Telling you.
I love Cheryl.
No,
Don't
she's a
understand.
bully. She's a bully. She says my mustache doesn't look good. She's always got something to say.
All right,
No,
I have to verbally ejaculate right now.
Oh,
So
okay.
you look at this whole thing with Erica
There you
Kirk,
go, Gabe.
Charlie Kirk, and whatever. Okay, one of the main recruiters for the CIA
Oh shit.
is the Mormon Church. They're
Oh
all
shit.
around Utah, Nevada, New Mexico, Wyoming. What are the agencies, Erica and all of her family and all of that? Okay, the Mormon Church. And where did Charlie Kirk get assassinated?
In Utah, the Den of
right?
Mormon.
Okay,
The-
listen to me. Listen, word, dog. They are connected. These
Yes.
people, and they fly under the radar. We're all talking about this state and that state and whatever. Meanwhile, there's a bunch of people thinking they're following some religion, some savior, some fucking angel on the top of a temple that is an alien. When Moroni came to Joseph Smith, he said, I'm from the Pleiadians, which is the Seven Sisters, which is a fucking star system. He said, I'm an alien.
Oh,
Okay.
demon, false. Yeah,
When
false.
Trump's
Yeah.
first inauguration, who did the music? The Mormon Tabernacle Church.
Right.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Listen to my words, dude.
Virginia, you are on this shit. I didn't
I'm
even
fucking
realize
on it,
this.
dude. That's why I don't fall for the Q shit. That's why I don't fall for fucking certain people leaders, whatever. It's because I
Yes.
was born and raised. They call it in the Mormon church, they call it born in the covenant. That means that my parents were Mormon. So I was born in the covenant
Yeah.
because, and I did rituals in the temple. I did blood, dude. When you're a
Dude.
little child and your grandparents are making you recreate blood sacrifices and like fucking births of,
Yeah,
of
fuck
gods,
that.
like you,
Fuck
okay,
that.
but when you're
Yeah.
a little kid, you don't know. You don't know that's what they're doing. When I
Right.
went to Japan twice, I went to Japan twice from Guam to do baptisms for the dead. That is a ritualistic, magical performance to baptize by proxy for someone who's already dead. They dunked me 106 times. for the
Oh
first
my
for the
goodness.
first round that I did it. And then you go through a confirmation for those dead people on a fucking baptismal surrounded by marble balls
What?
of worship. Okay. I've been in the temples. They took it out in the 90s, but they used to have blood sacrifice, just like the Illuminati. You go through the temple ritual and you have a blood oath. You do the thing over I'm doing it right now without my camera on. You do something over your neck, over your stomach.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I hear you. Of a blood oath. Okay. These are the people running our country. The CIA gets most of their people from Mormons, the Illuminati and all of that, the Freemasons, Joseph Smith, his family, their rituals. When you go through the temple, they wear the capes. They have Freemason symbols on their magic underwear, all of that shit. I have done it myself. I have been there for decades. I know what this looks like.
Didn't you say the Latter-day Saints are
Virginia.
affiliated with this as well?
Virginia.
This is Mormons.
Wait, but Virginia, you bring up a great point. All right. Catholic Church is one of the most freaking hit churches. Like the devil is going after it. They got the pedophile priest scandal. You got all this shit. You got the shit in the Vatican. You know, I really feel good about the new Pope. But I'm wondering, is the roots of it good and people have corrupted it, or is there no good there at all?
Okay, I'm going to tell you something. The average Mormon, those boys knocking on your front door, they don't have a fucking clue. They have no clue. They are good people. The values that I learned in that cult are good. You take care of your family. You have food storage. You're a prepper. You believe it's the end of the days, right? So you stock up food. You can food. That's why they own Augustin Farms and all of these natural healing companies like doTERRA and the oils, the other oil company I just said, right? So
even if others are taken care of.
Yes.
It's almost like the Pharisees leaders. Yeah, it's almost like the people are good and the leadership is demon.
Correct. The leadership is demonic. It's just like getting into the further levels of the Illuminati, right? You go for like the first or second or third ranges in Freemasonry, whatever. It's all pretty benign. It's like nothing, right? But that's the same thing with the Mormon temples. And when you get up, dude, they do the exact same rituals. They wash your balls. There are men washing your balls. There are secret handshakes. There are secret symbols of what.
Hold on, Virginia.
And once you get to the highest level, you realize the synonymous powers of the world they're talking about with Lucifer and Jesus and how things work. You're in the same thing as Illuminati, okay? Now, they come out with this prophecy of saving yourself, and that's what I appreciate from my indoctrination, is prepping. Have a year's worth of food, canned food, grow a garden, share, do service, whatever, right? The lower level people have no clue, just like in Freemasonry, they have no clue what the upper level are doing. Yes. But look at the architecture of the buildings. Look at the spires. Look at the cathedrals. Look at and to be fair, Craig, we love you long time, but Catholicism and Mormonism and ancient Egyptian and Jewish mystery schools are all connected. Okay? They're all connected fundamentally.
Oh, no doubt. There's probably, I mean, I'm sure everything that can be corrupted has been corrupted.
It's been manipulated by man, yes.
Yeah. And why I was brought back here, I have no clue. Virginia, I was literally told people are going to think I'm crazy, but I was told to come back to the Catholic Church. I was baptized Catholic. I left it.
Go for it.
No, but I left it and I went and I was comfortable as a born again Christian.
Right.
I really was. And then something happened and I was told, literally, I know y'all are going to think I'm crazy.
No.
I literally got told to come here. And that's what I'm doing. And I'm going, dude, I might even become a deacon.
But Craig, your position there may be it may be completely different than what you think. But if you are getting if you are truly receiving the Holy Spirit, more power to you. That's what it's all about.
Correct.
But I don't even know, Bonnie, because I am a sinner. Bonnie, that's the craziest shit ever. Why?
Craig, we all are.
Why me? Why
We're all
me?
sinners.
No one on this earth can say they live completely without sin. That's a while ago when you said that. They think they're sinners, but they're not. I was like, but wait, how do you figure? Because it can be anything. You ate too much. You drank too much. Not
Anything.
even, it doesn't even have to be alcohol. It's anything that you do to accept.
Bonnie, I'm the worst
I smoke.
person. Bonnie, so do I. I'm the worst person chosen for this position. I can totally tell you that.
Okay.
I am the
Cast
worst.
the first stone. He who has not sinned, cast the first stone, right?
Yes. Yes.
No.
And God will use, whenever he was choosing his followers, did he choose the perfect people? Did he choose the righteous? No, he chose sinners.
No, you're right. But I don't even know if I'm being chosen, but I'm going along with everything. You know
You
what I'm
got to
saying?
choose yourself, Craig. Don't look outside to be chosen. You have to choose yourself. We talked about this earlier. Your own attitudes and reactions and feelings and what gives you the gas, whatever it is. I don't give a fuck if it's Catholicism or Buddhism. Who cares? It's up to you. It's in you. The temple is in you. As we
Yes.
circle back Saki, right?
Yes.
Amen. And
You
look,
may be a messenger to the Catholic Church.
let me tell you this shit. All right, so I go to the tobacco place. It is run by Muslims. All right, so I got a buddy there, Frank. I always talk to him like, hey, and I'm respectful of his religion. And even though I think it's of the devil, and I don't like it at all, but I'm respectful of his devotion to it. So the other day I go in there and he's actually trying to convert me to Islam. He's asking me about Jesus and I was like, Frank, I would have to sit down with you a long time to talk to you about it. I can't just talk over the counter to you about this. And
see, you wanna explain.
I don't want to even talk to him about it. Bonnie, I got upset because he kept pushing it. I said, Frank, you got to fucking remember where you are right now. You're in America.
Oh, he was pushing his religion on you.
He was pushing his religion on me. And I was like, Frank, in God we trust. And that's our God, Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And you're in America now. And you need to fucking respect that. I'm not trying to convert you. Don't try to convert me. And now I can't go to that fucking tobacco shop anymore because of that encounter. But you know what I mean? It's like, what the frick?
Damn.
You still have to choose how you manifest it. No matter what religion you're in, whether it's Mormon, Catholic, Evangelical, Baptist, Buddhist, it's not my job to judge that. I don't give a fuck. It's how you manifest it.
Yes. And I love the faith aspect. That's what I love. And
would you still be interested in some whiteisms, trifolds, and pamphlets?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay, well, Craig, I think you said earlier, like, what would you think might be true as far as Mormonism, as far as the old school or what's happening now? The funny thing is I would probably go with Joseph Smith's original idea before what they've made it into. Now, Joseph Smith
Yes.
was a necromancer. He was a sorcerer. His and his family's job they were treasure hunters. They were con artists. They were shills. They would go out and tell people, I know where to find gold and whatever, and they would get money to do that. His father was a head Freemason in his town and whatever, and all they did was repackage it for the Puritan conversion at that point. Okay, I would go with Joseph Smith's magical. He's looking into a hat with a black stone and saying,
Yeah.
"I can see shit." Right? I would go with that before what I would go with what it became and what it is now. And what it became was usurped and fucked with by Brigham Young. So we have universities to Brigham Young, right? We have BYU.
Yes,
We have all of
BYU.
this.
Yeah.
We don't have JSU. We have BYU, because at some point the magical theology that Joseph Smith, now this is of course leaving out the polygamy and some of the darker shit, okay?
Yeah.
Just saying, as far as him saying that he was a mystic, I would go with that before I would go with Brigham Young, who was a power-hungry usurper and arguably way more evil as far as actions and evidence. And you can see that in the money. In fact, you looked at Mitt Romney. The Mitt Romney, a presidential candidate at one point.
Yes.
Right? Now, go look at his father. Fuck Mitt Romney. He was cute and everything and had a adopted black child. That's so
No,
wonderful.
the father was way worse. You're right. The father was way worse.
Yes. Now, who were part of building Las Vegas? The Mormon Mafia.
Yeah.
Who were part of settling some of those nasty, essentially gangster shit? Mormons. Go look at the massacre. The what's it called? Fuck. Somebody in chat will know. The something massacre. The Meadows, something Meadows or something. Okay, they turned into politicians. Do you know the last presidential candidate who got assassinated was Joseph Smith?
Really? Wow.
Joseph Smith was running for president. He hated the government. They were fleeing for religious freedom. He ended up getting martyred. Now, his whole story is swept under the rug. So to answer your question from several minutes ago, which one would I follow? It would be probably Joseph Smith, and not after he got assassinated, the whole movement became very warped and weird. All right. But he was the last presidential candidate assassinated was Joseph Smith of the Mormon Church. Brigham Young is a pile of shit. He was a genocidal, fucked up individual. The Mountain Meadows Massacre. That's what it is. Mountain Meadows Massacre. Anyway, I would go with the necromancer and the dude who thought he could see visions in a hat before I would go with Brigham Young. That sounds crazy, I understand. But I'm just saying these ideas were, oh, there you went. Dang it, Craig. Fuck. But those are some weird things when you think about the settling of the West and the pioneers and how they were trying to escape the government. Mormons were a huge part of that. And Joseph Smith got took down. He was running for president. He got killed because of his ideas. He admittedly was shooting back. All right. But the groundwork I was raised with, which is to prepare food, to understand we are in the latter days. When I was a teenager, I'm almost 50. I'm fucking, I don't know. I was born in
Stop with
78.
the fake news.
And but I'm saying like the idea of the end of the world is not new. Whether it's Mormons, Jehovah's Witness, Seventh-day Adventists, any form of Christianity, with even the King James Bible, whatever, they are trying to direct our idea of what the end is.
What was there
Oh,
was a
Vicky,
guy in the 1800s. He made this. I read up on him, and I can't remember what it was, but he predicted that there would be a so and so time when it would end, and that
right?
time come, and it didn't, and it created it sparked some type of religion. I forget what it's called. I can't even remember the guy's name now, right off the top of my head. This was like during the 1800s, I believe.
You remember we all got put into playing Oregon Trail, stuff like that. And that goes circle back, Saki, to my point about Mormons being very heavily in the CIA. You know, I think we had some Charlie Kirk in there, whatever. I know I went off on a tangent, but it's because
No, it's
like
cool.
that. But I did because I did, but like as far as government fingers and where the heads of the snake are and who owns a lot of businesses and company and who's worth a lot of money, because follow the money. The Mormon church manages to fall under the radar because they seem so wonderful. Again, Crumble Cookie, Mormons,
Yeah.
doTERRA, Young Living Oils, Mormons, Augustin Farm Foods,
You
Mormons.
talking? Oh, when you say crumble cookie, you're talking about the brand of cookies, the crumbles.
Correct.
Okay, I've
Correct.
never had it, but I've heard of it. Okay.
Yep. They're a multi-million. They are the kings and queens of pyramid schemes, whether it's Amway or Tupperware or that lipstick company, because the women are taught to be subservient and they need to make money from home while they feed their families. So they
Mhm.
get into selling makeup, selling Tupperware, selling oils, selling foods, right? And but if you trace it back and you really understand where it comes from, it's pretty interesting. It's dark and deep.
Yeah. And I understand though, you've lived it and so you know.
Yep,
So you're passionate about getting it
I
out there.
am, dude. I
I
get,
appreciate that.
y'all
Yes.
don't even know the cult research I do and understanding cults. When you're raised in it, you don't see it. I would get so upset when people told me I was raised in a cult. So defensive. I hid my coffee pot. Y'all, listen to how stupid this is. Until I was 32 or 3 years old, if my mom was coming to my house, I hid my coffee pot out of shame,
Oh my goodness.
let alone all the sexual or mind things or whatever, right? My coffee pot, I would clean it out and put it under the cabinet in my sink so she wouldn't see I had a fucking coffee pot until my 30s.
Yeah.
Mm.
Was it a sin or you could?
Yes, coffee, hot drinks, alcohol, caffeine, and they're all drinking Dr. Pepper and eating chocolate, but my coffee pot is I'm going to hell.
Oh my goodness.
You know, straight to hell. I
Mm,
love coffee.
interesting.
Hmm.
Wow.
No hot liquids at all?
Right. They called it hot beverages. And some people interpret it as coffee and tea. Some people interpret it as alcohol because that's a hot drink. You know what I'm saying? It
Mm-hmm.
burns, you know? So it's been interpreted over and over. When I was born, Black people could not join the church. When I was born in 1978, Black people were still not allowed to be in the organization in a meaningful way. They could show up to a church meeting, but they couldn't
Like hold a
hold it.
position or anything?
No, nope.
Become a member.
No, it's just because they were Black, because that was the mark of Cain. They're very racist. They
Yeah.
are very end of world racist. Yeah, it had nothing to do with anything other than the color of the skin.
That
Wow.
we had a private bowling alley that was membership only, and they would not allow Black. And that was in the 80s, late 80s, 90s.
Right?
Mm.
It's still
Yeah.
to this day, like when I was growing up, my grandmother used the hard R all day. You
Mhm.
know, there's some hard R in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Like it was
Yeah, I
just,
mean,
it is
some
what
of
it
these
is.
things weren't so long ago. Some things, yeah.
Correct. The Osmond family, Vicky, I think they're all trans. I think they were sold out to the cult for again, keep in mind the CIA goes for Mormons quite a bit. That's why
You talking
Charlie
about the
Kirk and
singers?
all that stuff. Yeah, the Osmond singers like
I don't know much about them. I
Donnie
always
and
thought they were a
Marie,
little off.
all that. Yes, they were thrown out there
One of my
as
best
family
friends,
values.
one of my best friend's kids went to school with them because they moved to Missouri for some reason. Do you see Kim's question?
Kim, how did you escape, for lack of a better word? Kim, okay, so God, I mean, I escaped, okay? I escaped mentally way before I could, because when you're below the age of 18, or trying to get out of your home, God, that's a multifaceted question, Kim. Okay, so one of the things that woke me up, and I am 47, I'll be 48 in a month. So when I was a teenager, I would ask at church about, could I look at certain things about history, right? And they kept telling me that I could only read approved books. You can only read approved books from the church or watch an approved documentary or whatever. So the censorship stuck out to me, and the hypocrisy of what they were trying to hide. And I knew at that time, I was about like high school age. So 30 plus years ago, 35 years ago, I was like, okay, this is fucked up. I'm being told that I cannot research anything except what's approved, or anything that is sanctioned and passed out to us, because they had plenty of materials to pass out to you about anything with theological or philosophical, or the roots of our nature here on this earth, right? And that was the only thing that we could look at. And I also feel, okay, going way deeper into the rabbit hole, in the Mormon church, you get baptized when you're 8 years old. That's the age of accountability, is what they called it. Previous to that age, I used to astral project. I could see orbs. I would spiritually travel in ways that were wild, right? And after I got baptized in that church, I lost that. So that would have been 1986. Now, when I went to the temple in Japan and did baptisms for the dead, which is a ritual for the dead, you are acting in proxy in the temple to be baptized by immersion for a dead person. And they would dunk us down in a big font, held up by bowls and what have you, right? And the temples are beautiful. They really are. They really are. Now, usually the teens get dunked like 10 or 12 times, but the people who did me, I broke the record. I think it's still there in the Nikko, Japan temple. 106 times they dunked my ass by proxy for a dead person to baptize them. And it spiritually did something to me. Like I felt a certain way about the ritual going on. And my grandparents would teach me about blood oaths, which is exactly like the Illuminati. They would teach me, if you tell the secrets, you do this thing across your neck and your belly of spilling your blood for telling the truth. And that's what, again, Illuminati do, okay? And
Right.
so I do all these rituals and going through it, and something in my soul got cut. I felt it. I knew it because I used to see things, hear things like orbs or, again, astral project or whatever. And I felt like every ritual I went through in my young and teen years separated me from God. And then when I started asking, hey, can I research the history of the church, the books, the people, whatever, they would always say, nope, all you can do is read this book. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. That's not learning. That's not intelligence or wisdom. That makes no fucking sense. And so I got married 2 weeks after my 18th birthday because I was trying to run from all of it. I married a Catholic, ironically, in a Mormon church, but I was like, I gotta go. Like, this is cutting off my soul somewhere. So I don't know if I answered you. I know there was a couple of, I'm scrolling back, I don't know, but
Yeah,
the
Dr. P
thing did
asked that
really
all.
separated me from God. It didn't bring me closer.
It said it kind of sounds like waterboarding.
Girl, it is ritual abuse for
Mm-hmm.
mind control. Like Cheryl says, they kept dunking you under the water that many times. And you think about
Mm-hmm.
some of the cultish things that occur, like musicians going in bathtubs, or they get put underwater in the name of something, right? And once you get above that level in the Mormon, they do that to the youth, by the way. Baptisms for the dead, proxy baptisms are performed on young children. Young children are dunked under the water for dead people. Once you get older and you get into the higher levels of the temple, that's when they start doing the rituals like ball washing and blood sacrifice and secret handshakes, just like the Illuminati. They wear aprons, they wear certain caps. Well, once you get high enough up, you're almost too far in to know. But I know because I'm several generations of Mormon, you know.
Right.
My family, Kim, I've been ostracized by a lot of my family. And there are some who get it and they've gotten out. And there are some, like my mother, who think I'm the devil, I'm evil, because if I don't believe what she believes, I'm evil. So it's very complicated. And again, that's why I can see when people are in cults is that expectation and that fucked up washing of your innocence.
Mm-mm.
They kind of do, actually. They do believe in reincarnation in a warped way. That's why, like, when Bonnie was asking, like, you know, which part would you believe in? The funny thing is the roots of it, the true beliefs of the bottom line of Mormonism, like, reincarnation is in there. Esoteric experiences are in there, right? And
Mm-hmm.
they do believe in that. They do. They believe in pre-existence. That's why I asked about it like 2 hours ago about pre-existence. They do believe in that, and I do too. I believe energy cannot be created or destroyed. The hierarchy and the organization of the spiritual wars is where I have a problem. And the power they have now. Again, they own more farmland than Bill Gates. They are worth hundreds of billions of dollars. They are the main recruit source for the CIA because they are susceptible to programming. Okay, they are obedient. We used to wear rings that said CTR, choose the right. The CTR rings, it was a little green shield. And green is my favorite color, but it's also the color of Thoth. It's the color of Mercury. It's the color of Satan. Okay, so
Yeah.
what do they really stand for? And most people don't know it. But that dunking, Mother Freedom, yes, it was tapping of the soul is what they were doing to me over and over again, 106 times, which,
Mhm.
like I said, they usually do the kids like 10 times. For some reason, they kept laying me out, and they pulled a record. I'm in the records of the Nikko, Japan temple for being thefted so many times in a row. And never again. Fool me once, fuck them. Nope.
See, and I heard that the reason they do that is because they believe they can save souls from 300 years ago or something.
Correct.
And so that's why they're so into ancestry, is
Yeah.
because they know their ancestors from 300 years back so that they can save their souls.
Correct. They are
What they
trying to save
need.
souls. That's the selling point, is they're saving people. Now, at the same time, I asked my mom one time, when I got married the first time when I was 18, I was like, okay, my soon-to-be husband is Catholic. What if we both die and he's about to go to the Middle East for war, right? What if we both die and he's not correctly baptized? What happens to his soul? And she said to me, well, he has a choice. Once he gets over there, he can choose Jesus or not, right? Well, that makes sense. But then why are we doing baptisms for the dead? Why are we baptizing by proxy for people when
Yeah.
they can choose, or there's a point, right? Once they're crossed over. And
And
so the contradictions was the problem.
yes, because they have no clue whether that person was a child of God or not.
Correct.
But if
But if you proxy baptize them, then they get the choice. It's so fucking whack, dude. It's so
Yeah. That is crazy.
Girl, you ain't lying. And the
It is.
Freemason symbology and all of that, the satanic symbology, that is why I go so hard against cult thinking, whether it's Q or Trump or whatever else. I was born and raised in a cult. I was put through rituals as a young child. My grandmother used to dress up me and my little brother as Jesus and Mary and Joseph for the fucking birth of Christ, and make us reenact it and do all this weird shit, right? Like,
Wow.
yeah, dude. Looking back, very dark.
Yeah. But look at you now. You're
Right.
one strong woman.
I'm trying, girl. I try to layer it in there without scaring folks, but once you see
No.
it, you can't
Past
unsee it,
all the darkness and throughout all the storms, there is sunlight on the other side.
That's
right?
right.
Some make it through to see it, some don't. You know, testimonies are full of tests. I
Correct.
appreciate you definitely sharing that.
Yeah.
I tell you what, man, I wouldn't trade it because I am through that. I wouldn't trade it because I really know. Like I fucking know. They did it to me as a child.
Yeah.
Ritualistic weird shit. And I don't know, you have to walk through it. It's not traumatizing, like it doesn't, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Like it's not traumatizing, even though it sounds like it when I say it from the outside. It's more just like I know what the rituals are, and having gone through them and gotten to the other side, it's okay. I'm all good. Well, I'm not all good. I'm crazy as fuck, but
We all
We
are.
appreciate your crazy. We're all crazy on different levels, you know.
Right.
Thank you for listening to my TED Talk, everybody. I know I went off. Like once that gets tapped in me, that trauma, it's hard for me to shut up.
That's
It's
cool.
hard for me to not tell you guys
Just
what
let you cook.
Yeah.
yeah.
And I get it. Because I mean, it's a warning, it's a message, it's very revealing. And I'm sorry that you went through that. And I know you just bared a lot of your soul, but
I did, honestly.
yes. But I am so thankful you're here with us.
Thank you, girl. I'm glad to be here.
Whatever it's worth, you are appreciated. Everybody here is, but yeah, you're definitely appreciated.
Gail, they follow the King James. However, Joseph Smith did his own version of the Bible based on the King James. It's called the Joseph Smith version, and it's the King James, but it's manipulated. And Cheryl, yes, my grandmother would dress up me and my brother like Jesus and Mary, or Mary and Joseph, and like make a facsimile of Jesus, and we would go through this weird replaying of that, and yeah, like role play of some of that. And over time she would go, like, she's crazy as fuck. She's still alive. She's my only grandparent I have left, but she did make us dress up and do this role play, like we were Joseph and Mary, and adopt that energy of it, like very bizarre.
Yeah.
All I know is she would have a bowl of peanuts, and I would sneak peanuts and eat them behind the recliner when she wasn't looking, while I was in my costume, wearing like this weird veil thing and head shit, you know, and some weird robe. And they always had like this little bowl of nuts, and I would sneak those. Me and my brother both did, and and eat snacks while we're like, what are they doing to us right now? What are they really doing? And it's only in retrospect that you see how weird that is.
Yeah.
You know, at the time, it's just like we have to put on these silly costumes and reenact Jesus's birth. And but these peanuts look really good. They're in shell. They're salted. You know, they're like 3 years old. What do you do?
Right.
Should have had them boiled.
Dark pea.
As long as they're salty.
Oh yeah.
Got people.
These
they
nuts
call
are
it-
salty.
They call us saints. It's Latter-day Saints. That's what they call you. We're the saints. The 144,000 that are going to be saved. That's me. Screw you guys. I got a boat.
That's funny because that's what look how many people think that.
Yep. Facts. The Galactic Federation, same thing.
Wow. The Jews.
Well, look at the gold statue on top of the Mormon temples. That's Moroni. He's blowing a trumpet. When Moroni came to Joseph Smith with God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit, Moroni said he was from the Pleiades. The Pleiades is a star cluster. He said, I used to live on Earth, basically Mesoamerica, and now I reside in the Pleiades, the seven sisters, the constellation of Taurus. And so they worship an alien. Okay, they put a fucking alien on top of all their temples. Boom, fucking mic drop. So the galactic, that's why the Galactic Federation interests me so much, is this indoctrination of an alien being at the trumpet call in Revelation, the book of Revelation, right?
Right.
All these trumpets. Well, that's what they put there. Those last temples. It's wild. Me too, Doc P. You know we're Taurus horses. Fire Horse Unite, but Doc P, you know, boo. I
Look
love
how
Doc.
many things are linked to the trumpet.
Correct.
We keep hearing,
Jericho.
yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff. But unfortunately, all good things, great things, and all things in between must come to an end ultimately. Like this broadcast for this evening. But I do appreciate everybody for being here. I really do. Whether you know it or not, I like you. I love you. Want some more of you. Hopefully you hit the like, share, subscribe button at some point. If not, that's cool too. Don't really have a final thought, but just appreciate everybody for being here. What about y'all?
I got to pay.
I think I got to pee too. I don't know. I don't know if I'm excited or I just got to pee.
Thank
Facts.
you for doing this, Watt. Much appreciated.
Yeah.
I know it's late, but I will drop the link, of course. If anybody wants to join after I shut it down, feel free, feel welcome. But other than that, this is the conclusion of another episode of Watt's World. Much love, everybody.
Y'all have a good night.
And we're out. Maybe.